Hello? Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Tuesday stream, which used to be a normal day to stream, but I guess these days it's not anymore. As you can hear, hopefully, I have tried my best to fix the sub alerts. I've like uninstalled OBS completely and set everything up from scratch. I hope I didn't break anything or anything like that, but it should be working. I'm cautiously optimistic that like the text to speech and sub alerts are back. And immediately as I say that, you redeemed the remix. But I think the remix never worked in this thingy. In the full cam. I don't have. I'll refund you the points. Ratilal, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. But yes, welcome to the Tuesday stream. We've got a lot of things to talk about. There is a bunch of things going on in TCG and Master Duel. Of course, you guys have already been talking about the Dracotail announcement and all that kind of stuff. We're gonna go over that. We're gonna have some current format discussions in the TCG. The gifts up to Maxi, all right. We've got new cards. Yes, Earth Machines got some support. I haven't read them yet, but supposedly some of them are pretty exciting, but I guess we'll get into that. Yeah. Anyways. Yoda Cam, thank you for the 22 months. Welcome back. We shall warm up. And then we will get into all the things we're doing today. Let's begin. Okay. This is a Blaze Accelerator. I think Tri-Blaze Accelerator. Fable Leviathan? Yeah. Bowser, thank you for the 18 months. Garuda, the Wind Spirit. Also, how's the volume on the sub alert? It's been so long since they've been working, and I've finally got around to fixing them that I had no idea how loud they were. Like, I just put it to something that I assumed was fine. This is Scarlight, right? It's fine? Okay. A little quiet, but fine. Okay, well, as long as you can hear them, I think it's okay. Because I want them to be... I'd rather have them be a little too low for some people than too loud for others. This is one of the L or R. R? R. This is Alligator Sword Dragon. This feels familiar. This is like Amazoness Tiger. This could be Blackbeard. No, it is a Plunder. Redbeard? I have no idea, dude. Oh, it's a Bluebeard. Okay. No. Maybe I should have just zoomed in from the start until I could see the beard. Maybe that would have been smart. Oh, Revival Golem. A Spirit Monster. Which one is that? Oh, it's the Spirit Trap. Jeez, I don't know what Spirit... No. I have no idea what it's called. Soul Resurrection. This is the Golden Sword Soul, I believe. No, Iris. Ah. Destruction Dragon? Burning Abyss. This is this graph? Yeah. This is some Cybers, dude. I'm skipping. Defect compiler. This is Achichi. I know my adignisters. Don't worry about me. Tuesday stream? Yeah, I'm in the UK starting Thursday, so I decided to stream today and tomorrow because I'm skipping or I'm missing some streams Friday, Saturday. I've seen you before, but I have no idea what you're called. Bear blocker. Traveling a lot recently. I know this is the last trip for the year though, so I'm very happy about that. It was an exciting month of November because I did a lot of things and I traveled a lot, but I'm really happy that once this trip is done, I'll have a lot of more time to focus on just being at home and streaming and all that kind of stuff. Also, I should focus on guessing some of these cards. I feel like I've seen this card before. Circular. Variant, the Circular Sorcerer. Awesome. This is like Thunder Unicorn. No, I think it's Voltic Beacorn. Is this Firewall Dragon? It is Firewall Dragon. Have I seen you before? Maybe. Are you a hero? Yeah. This one, I feel like I've seen it, but I have no idea what it's called. Battlefield Tragedy. Okay, we're getting some tough ones here. I have no idea what this is either. Spool Code. All right, now give me something easy. This is easy? This is a Fishborg. Is it Doctor? It is Doctor. Amazonas Sage. Yeah. Is that Mogi? Yeah. Oh, this is giving me DDD vibes. Oh, that's not good. Hold up. I had to sneeze. Oh, it's Evil Swarm Nightmare. Right. Cannon. Unifunai, thank you for the 30 months. I appreciate you. This is a Melodious, obviously. It's not, is it a songstress? Oprah. Was that one wasn't played, was it? Oh no, it's a gimmick puppet, isn't it? Oh, that's a gimmick puppet. Gimmick puppet. Gigantes. Yeah. That is Yajiro Invader. This is Chthonian Blast? Yeah. No one has ever said that, Saturn. No one has ever said they love Gimmick Puppet. You're the first person to ever say that. Ooh, that's a flu card. Which one, though? Oh, Eaglin. United We Stand. I have no idea what this is. Tremendous Fire. Oh! Is Tremendous Fire censored in the TCG? Because I don't think I've ever seen... I thought of Tremendous Fire, but then I was like, no, that looks different. I don't know what this is. Shadow Impulse. Oh, is Red Ogre a thing? No, it's a thing, but it's not this. Flame Ogre, right? I knew it was some ogre. Acid Trample. Decatron. Is it just Pearly or is it Happy Memory? I'm not sure. It could just be Pearly. No. Happy Memory. Happiness. It's okay. The last one. Nice. What is this? I have no idea. Cyborg Doctor. It's Iron Core related. I'm skipping. Iron Core Luster. Hyper Blaze. Bro, we've been it's rough. It's rough right now. This is obviously a 6 samurai card. 6 strike triple impact. Yeah. Mm. Assault Revival. Is this Relay Soul? This is DD Assailant. Yeah, more like that. Give me more like that. No, not that. I don't know, man. I think it's like, is there a Gaia fusion? Is it like Spiral Fusion? It is Spiral Fusion. Okay, nice. Ooh, this feels familiar. Alien. Alien. Is it Alien Mother? Alien Overlord? Ah. I've seen this one, but I don't know what it's called. Time Magic Hammer. think it's a crawler. Oh god, it gives me starving venom vibes. Greedy venom fusion dragon. Okay, well, I guess I was in the right direction. I'm afraid we won't get much more than an average 700 today. It's Albion, but it's not Albion. Screams of the branded. This is something Pixie. Pixie Knight. Oh, Soul Revival. Soul Reversal. Yeah. I have no idea, man. I haven't seen these cards before. What do you want me to do? This one I feel like I have seen. Yeah, Norden. This is Reptilian Niami. All right. It's 729, which is like kind of average, but to be fair, in my defense, I think today was pretty tough. Those cards there was a lot of stuff where I'm like, what the hell is that even? I don't feel bad about this one because I don't feel like I missed anything super obvious or anything super easy. There was just a bunch of Megalol cards in there today. Top 800 is washed now. I mean, yeah, okay, fair. Maybe. I mean, it was hard though. Sometimes you need some luck in this one because I'm not guessing By Road Sacrifice or Fright for a Jar ever. Darkor, thank you for the 31 months. Welcome back. Also, Saturn, thank you for the 35 months. I appreciate it. All right, let's quickly knock this one out, and then we're good to go. And we are looking for a small card. Sprite Elf. Okay, it's not a Link monster. That's what I wanted to confirm. It's a level 2. It is a level 2 with some attack, some defense points, less than 1400 attack. Not dark, not fire. And it's from 2016 all the way to 2021. 2016 to 2021. Let's try to narrow the year down a little bit by picking a card from like 2018. Yeah, a level 2 from 2018. When did Nimble Beaver come out? 2017. You know what? Good enough. I'll do Nimble Beaver. It is level 2 Beast. Okay, that screams Melfi, doesn't it? That screams Melfi. Level 2 Beast after 2017, before 2022. That's gotta be a Melfi. Okay, what's the stats? More than 100 defense, less than 400 attack. Melfi Fenny. Easy clap. Easy clap. All right, there we go. No problem. No problem. Okay. Gamers, I guess I should quickly start by saying, because some of you guys seem surprised that there was a Tuesday stream. I mean, to be fair, I only really said it on the last Challenger Cup stream. I said there was going to be a stream on Tuesday, but this December's streaming schedule is probably going to be a little bit out of the out of the regular, but in a good way, because there's probably just going to be more streams than usual. Because I'm home more than usual, which is pretty cool for this December. Like I said earlier, I'm gonna be gone once more towards the end of this week, which is why I'm streaming today and tomorrow. Because I leave on Thursday morning. I leave to go to the UK to cast the Challenger Cup, the finals of the tournament that started last Saturday. If you were watching last Saturday, there was a Challenger Cup basically where the top 16 qualified for another tournament, and that tournament is happening this Thursday. And for that one, I'm traveling to the UK to cast it from the Konami studios. So I'm going to be gone once more towards the end of this week. But then once I'm back from that trip, I'm basically home the entire December, which I'm really happy about. Chris, thank you for the 36 months. And yeah, there's gonna be more streams, and also we're gonna talk about that in a second. But because they announced Dracotail for Master Duel, I'm probably also going to be trying to qualify in the Duelist Cup. You know, I wanna put some more focus on Master Duel as well, because the format has been getting better and I've been enjoying it more and more. And so I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, so this week you're getting a Tuesday stream. You're also getting a Wednesday stream tomorrow. Then I mean, you're still gonna get a stream on Thursday, but it's gonna be a Challenger Cup that I'm casting from the UK. Then I don't know exactly when I get home and when I will. I mean, I'm definitely gonna stream on Sunday. On Sunday, by the way, we're doing something cool as well. On Sunday, I'm gonna be commentating a TCG tournament. A 3 versus 3 tournament that's happening in Berlin is something I'm gonna cast, and it's also gonna be on my channel. It's called the Starlight Cup. They've been doing it for years now. It's a 3v3 tournament, and I'm gonna be commentating it together with Tom Kleinegräber. And it's gonna be like, we're gonna be here like all day, you know? We're gonna be here like, it starts like 10 in the morning and it goes until like the very end, all in one day. It's gonna be fun. So that's going to be the plan for Sunday. And yeah, and then after that, for the rest of December, I'm going to be home. So we're going to have more streams, which is cool. So yes, let's go over some of the news that we have. Also, I saw someone asked, are we doing TCG or Master Duel first? I always like to start with I like to start with some of the TCG talk, get some discussions going, and then just hop into Master Duel and play. And that's what we're gonna do today as well. So what I want to do today, basically, is we're gonna take a look at the new cards for the TCG. I think there's new Earth Machine support. We are also going to look at the announcement for Master Duel, the new cards for Master Duel in a second. Then I want to talk about a little bit the current state of TCG as well as Genesys a little bit, because I've played, of course, in the last couple of weeks. I played in YCS Bologna. I played in the Genesys Invitational, or Genesys Qualifiers to the Invitational for YCS Bologna, and stuff like that. And we've also got a lot of other results from other tournaments. Like there was another YCS this past weekend, YCS Merida in Mexico. And so we have a couple of results to take a look at. And then we're probably going to have a Banlist discussion, because I think there's like no better time than this. And then we are also going to take a quick look at the current OCG metagame. I do think there's a new OCG metagame report that I want to take a look at, which is interesting because they've gotten they've got Burst Protocol now with the new Albaz cards and stuff like that. So I believe that has changed some things over there from what I've heard. So that's going to be cool to look at. And once we're done with that, we're just going to hop in and play some Master Duel and get ready for the release of Dracotail. But yeah, that's the plan for today. It's a lot, but I'm excited. So let us hop in to some new cards for Earth Machine. All right. Earth Machine are getting some support in, I believe the set is, Blazing Domain, I believe is what it's called. Which is the core set after Burst Protocol, so basically in 2 sets. Okay, so the first thing we have Heavy Knight Babel Decker which is a level 10 Earth Machine effect monster. You can only use the second and third effect of this card's name once per turn. You can normal summon this card without tributing. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon an Earth Machine monster from your hand. If your opponent activated a card or effect this turn, you can special summon a rank 10 Earth Machine monster from your extra deck using this card you control as material. This is treated as an Xyz summon. Okay. My first thought when I saw this was, okay, easy level 10 monster to get onto the field, which is good. I was worried it would conflict with other normal summons in the deck, but then I read the second effect, which I believe the other Earth Machine normal summons remind me. Some of them, do they all work on normal and special? Like, is it fine to just special them from hand with this? I think the only one that might not work is Gear Frame. Yeah, I was thinking Gear Frame doesn't work, but I don't even know if Gear Frame is the one that you still play. Maybe, I mean, with this one, it would be pretty bad to play Gear Frame, I guess. Infinitrax, they do work. Okay. This card seems okay. I'm not, like, blown away by it, though. It's, like, fine, right? It's nothing too crazy. It does punish the opponent for hand trapping your other stuff, right? Like, but in, like, a cool way, I guess, because you're not straight up, like, you're not negating the hand trap or whatever. It's just, like, if you hand trap me, then I can rank up, which I guess is cool. Yeah, okay. I mean, not a bad start, but not an amazing start either. It extends if you special it from deck. Yeah, it could be an option to summon it from deck and then get more stuff out of your hand. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Noctilucent Train Blur Traveler. Okay. Level 10 Earth Machine. 25/25. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per duel. The last time they made a once per duel effect, it was a pretty good one. You can discard this card, add one Train Connection or Revolving Switchyard from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Okay, Revolving Switchyard, I know. Revolving Switchyard is like a fine card. Is Train Connection new? No. None of these are called Train Connection. Okay, what is Train Connection? Train Connection. Train Connection must be equipped to an Earth Machine by banishing two. Okay, I don't think this card is good. I don't think this card is very good. It's an equipped spell that makes it do piercing battle damage. And I mean, it can potentially do a lot of damage going second, but I doubt that's going to be the way. I mean, I think there's easier ways. The Searching the Field spell is okay, though. Searching the Field spell is okay. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target one other Earth Machine monster in your grave, special summon it, and this card. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except machines. Now, this card seems really good for me. You can use both effects in the same turn. This card to add Revolving Switchyard from your deck or grave to your hand, and then later on, just for free, Reborn 2 from the graveyard. That's pretty strong. It does lock you into machines from the extra deck, which is good because it's a really powerful effect. But this is a really high quality card, I feel like. You know, it puts itself in the graveyard where it wants to be to get the other effect going. And the card that it searches, I believe Revolving Switchyard is like a decent card, but let me double check. But I'm pretty sure they used to even play that card in Earth Machines. I don't know if they play it anymore, but if a level 10 is normal or special, you can activate this effect. Your opponent takes no battle damage. You can special a level 4 Earth Machine with 18 or more from your deck, and if you do, it becomes level 10. Send one card from your hand to the grave to add a level 10 Earth Machine from your deck to your hand. Okay, yeah. It's a searcher. You have to decide which effect you use. You cannot use both, but like that's pretty good. It's not the worst. Right? Not the worst. Okay, this one's pretty good. This one's really good. And we have more rank 10 Gustav stuff. Okay, Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Rocket. Rank 10 Earth Machine, 5,000 attack. Needs 3 level 10s. Once per turn, you can also exceed summon it by discarding 1 card and using Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max you control. You can only use you can use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. When your opponent activates a monster effect and this card has material, quick effect, you can negate that effect, and if you do, destroy that monster, then inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent. Once per turn during the end phase, detach 1 material from this card or destroy it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. A monster negate. That's basically okay. So I was about to say this is like even a generically good card, because in any deck that makes 2 level 10s, you can just make Gustav Max and then overlay into this, so you get a monster negate for 2 level 10s. There is already Varudras, which is fair enough, you know. So I mean, it's worth noting this is 5,000 attack, which is bigger than Varudras. But for the most part, in a generic level 10 deck, I think you would rather make Varudras. But in this deck, you know, there are cards that are pretty good that are locking you into machines, so you cannot make Varudras. So for this deck, this card is definitely a really good option. Also, you can use the effect of the Gustav Max. So you are getting, on the way towards this card, you are getting 2,000 burn damage, right? So you're getting 2,000 burn damage, and then if you're able to connect with this card, you put your opponent down to 1,000 life points, which basically means if you negate anything with this, you win the game, right? So on an open board, one Gustav Max can basically win you the game, or at the very least, put your opponent into a very, very awkward position, right? Because 2,000 burn damage, 5,000 attack, 1,000 life points left, and then they can't activate monster effects anymore or they die, right? So yeah, that's pretty sick. There's also a train that when it's detached from an exceeds, it pops a card. Yes, that also, yeah. But this effect you don't have to detach, right? Okay, there's more. We have Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Flying Launcher, 2 level 10 monsters. You can only use the first and third effect once per turn. If this card is exceed summoned, you can add an Earth Machine monster or Barrage Blast from your deck to your hand. I think Barrage Blast is the continuous trap that like you can play in Zodiacs, where you like detach from a machine monster and pop a card. I think they used to play it in Zodiac, and they made like a Vespinado with a bunch of materials, and then during your main phase, you can normal summon a machine monster in addition to your normal summoner set. You can detach any number of materials from this card, then target that many spell traps on the field, destroy them. This also seems like a pretty solid card to me. I mean, it does basically everything you want an extra deck monster to do. It's big. It searches on summon. It extends by giving you another normal summon, and it has an effect that impacts the board. The only thing that it doesn't do, I guess, is it doesn't interrupt the opponent. It's not an end board piece. But for anything, like, for all the other things, it basically checks all the boxes. It's a pretty decent card, I think. And then we have a spell card, which is Exceptional Schedule, normal spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Add a special schedule or urgent schedule from your deck to your hand. Then you can special summon a schedule token to your opponent's field. Oh, okay. This is big because Urgent Schedule is a very, very broken card. But it needs the opponent to have a monster. So urgent schedule is if your opponent controls more monsters than you do, special a level 4 or lower, and a level 5 or higher Earth Machine from your deck in defense position, but negate their effects. You cannot declare attacks the turn you activate it, except machines. If this set card is sent, blah, 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 blah. It's just like emergency teleport for 2 monsters. Their effects are negated, but I think for the most part, it doesn't matter. So that's pretty sick. Okay. What is special schedule? Special schedule. Target a machine monster in your grave with 3,000 or more attacks. Special summon at targeting defense. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can target a level 10 machine in your grave. Add that target to your hand. You can only activate one special schedule in your hand. Does this second effect? Oh, if this set card is sent from the field to the grave. Okay, I misread that. Okay, not as exciting. Definitely not as exciting. So this card fixes a problem, I believe, for Earth Machine, which was that I think, at least from an outside perspective, as someone, I mean, I've played the Earth Machine deck in the past. I'm like a little bit, but not a whole lot. I wouldn't consider myself like a huge Earth Machine connoisseur or whatever, but I'm like familiar with what it does. And I believe one of the core problems of the deck was that it was usually built as a blind second deck to get access to urgent schedule, because the card is really, really good. And also because it was kind of like lacking an end board when it was going first, right? For the most part, it was just trying to generate some resources and just make a board where you don't die and you have a bunch of cards in hand, right? And with this new card, I guess you could make it work both ways. Like you can just play in your main deck, you can play 3 copies of Exceptional Schedule and 1 copy of Urgent Schedule, so that when you go first, you can search it and activate it. But then you can like side in extra copies of Urgent Schedule for when you're going second. So it opens up a version of the deck that can more comfortably main deck Urgent Schedule, but still choose going first. And you do get at least 1 new end board piece here, right? This is a 5,000 attack monster negate, which, I mean, is more than what they were doing beforehand. So I guess that's okay. You have Regulus as well, you know? Okay. All things considered, I think this is pretty decent Earth Machine support. I mean, Earth Machine is like already not the worst deck, while obviously not being a meta deck. So what I would say is this will probably still not make it meta, unfortunately, like not tier 1 level good, because these cards are decent, but they're not like broken enough to make me say like, oh yeah, Earth Machine definitely best deck after this, you know? There needed to be more than that. But I do think if you're a fan of the Earth Machine deck, this is definitely stuff that, you know, makes you want to try the deck again. And maybe we will go back to, like, there was a time where Earth Machine was like a reasonable rogue deck to expect at a tournament. I could see it being that again with these kind of cards, right? I could see people bringing the deck again to some regionals and doing well with it, potentially. I'm a fan of that. I mean, I do think Earth Machine is a pretty cool deck overall, so I'm happy it's getting some love. Spell cards. Oh, it has a second effect. You can banish this card from your grave, target a level 10 Earth Machine in your grave or banishment, send the card you control to the grave, and if you do, special summon that monster. Oh, okay. And you can use both effects in the same turn. Okay, even better. I was kind of caught up on the first effect. Yeah, my bad. Thank you. Banish this card from your grave, target a level 10 Earth Machine in your grave or banishment, send the card you control to the grave, and if you do, special summon that monster. Yeah, that's good. That's also a decent way to extend later if you want to. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. All right, we have something else to talk about, gamers. and it's pretty exciting. At least I think it is. Upcoming selection pack, Aerial Superiority. I think it's funny that it's only fusions on the announcement page. It looks kind of odd, but it's also kind of awesome because I like fusions. This upcoming Friday, we have finally confirmation of the pack that we are receiving, and this is a big one for a multitude of reasons. It's a big one because there's some pretty good stuff in here, but it's also a big one because it is the final pack that we are getting before the December Duelist Cup, of course. The Duelist Cup is happening in, I think at this point, 2.5 weeks. I mean, the final stage or second stage of the Duelist Cup is in 2.5 weeks. The Duelist Cup itself starts soon-ish, the first stage. And we're getting Dracotail. We're also getting Archmage, and we're getting Odeon. And I want to say, it's obviously everyone is focusing on Dracotail right now, and and we are going to talk about Dracotail, but Odeon specifically is also a pretty good deck, especially in an environment with Max C involved. Like Odeon has been performing. We're going to take a look at that later as well when we're talking about the current OCG metagame. I do believe Odeon is still doing pretty well over there. And I could see Odeon really being a deck in Master Duel as well. So I don't want the Dracotail release to completely overshadow the fact that I think Odeon is also a pretty big deal, all things considered. But of course, Dracotail is the biggest deck in here, and I guess so far we don't have any information about any pre-hits to Dracotail, like if they're going to release anything as limited or semi-limited. I would assume not, to be honest with you. And I'm pretty hyped for Dracotail. I'm not gonna lie. I also, Archmage as well is a pretty cool deck, but of course I'm talking from the experience from TCG and OCG. Unfortunately, I gotta say, I think Archmage is definitely the weakest out of the decks that we're seeing here. And I would be surprised if Archmage makes a huge impact on the metagame. I would be pleasantly surprised, but it is not to be expected that Archmage is going to make a huge impact. I know some people are looking forward to Archmage, and I think that's cool. And I also do like the deck. I think it is a cool archetype. But as of right now, I'm not sure if I'm expecting it to do much, which is why I'm more hyped for Odeon and Dracotail. Specifically, Dracotail is a deck that I expect to be super, super nice to have in Master Duel. And that's because of a multitude of reasons. Number one, it is a strong deck that is cool and fun to play. But even more importantly, and this is something that not a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh decks have these days, in my opinion, Dracotail is even pretty fun to play against. Even when they go first or even when they win, I think Dracotail usually offers pretty good gameplay. I know that is subjective, but I personally think that Dracotail is pretty fun to play against. And usually whenever Dracotail, at least in the TCG, whenever Dracotail was a huge part of the metagame, I had a pretty good time at tournaments because I would play against Dracotail a bunch and it was fun. I would lose to Dracotail sometimes, you know. I played a regional like 3 weeks ago or something where I played against like 4 or 5 Dracotails and I lost to 2 of them, which were the only losses I had all tournament. But it was still pretty fun. And I'm really looking forward to that, especially considering that the Duelist Cup is right after, you know, like if you've never tryharded a Duelist Cup, you don't really understand how much it would mean to have a deck in the format that you actually like playing against throughout the 72 hours of the Duelist Cup. Like, it'd be awesome. So I really hope people are gonna like that Dracotail is gonna do well in Master Duel. Of course, there are some things that are gonna be different from the TCG. So number one, Max C is legal, which is good for Dracotail because Dracotail is actually pretty good into Max C. So like resolving like when you activate 5 mana or whatever and they Max C you, it's pretty easy to just summon once and pass turn, and you actually will have a pretty good board. So that's fine. On the other hand, if you don't play Dracotail and you play against Dracotail and they have Max C, Arthalion can add Max C back to their hand. So if you play a deck that hates to get Max C, which is most decks, playing against Dracotail when they have Max C is pretty rough. Also, there's some potential for retaliating C to see some play, and with Dracotail and Mitsurugi in the format, and that searches Max C, and that could be pretty annoying. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes, I guess. Fundamentally, I think Dracotail is a good addition to the format and a healthy addition. There is also Magistus, which is already out in Master Duel, so there might be Magistus versions of Dracotail. Possible, 100%. I'm not too experienced with those, but for the most part, I'm really looking forward to Dracotail as a deck for the upcoming Duelist Cup. And of course, we're gonna have a little bit of time, like 2 weeks until the second stage, but we're gonna do a lot of testing on stream. We're gonna try Dracotail in different variations. We're gonna try Odeon, and we're gonna try and see which kind of decks work. Most notably, I want to emphasize that I don't think Dracotail release will completely eliminate some of the other decks in the format, like because of the things I said earlier, because Dracotail is not as oppressive. I do think there's a realistic chance that decks like Mitsurugi Raziel, Gem Knights, and stuff like that could still very well be better even than Dracotail. On a mat, there's definitely decks that can mess with Dracotail a lot. But if people are playing cards to counter those decks, like I'm looking at cards like Droll and Lockbird, I'm looking at cards like Molcharmi Fualos, Dracotail is really good into all of those cards. Fualos and Droll you basically don't care about with Dracotail, and I think that is also a pretty cool feature of the deck. But yeah, I'm really excited for Dracotail coming out this Friday, and it's probably the best deck in terms of my enjoyment to release before the Duelist Cup. I would have really liked to see Vanquish Soul as well without K9. It looks like we're getting Vanquish Soul later, not in time for this Duelist Cup. And I'm honestly at this point I'm a little afraid, I guess, but this is once again my subjective opinion. I enjoyed Vanquish Soul a lot before K9 came out. My prediction is, the way things are going right now is that they're probably likely to release Vanquish Soul with K9, because they're already starting releasing the Justice Hunters decks. So I could see that happening. I could see that they release Vanquish Soul with K9 together, and that will basically mean that they're probably going to have to hit something preemptively, because I don't think they're going to release full power VS K9 in Master Duel, and then they're probably going to, like, I don't know, limit Raisin or limit Holy Su or something before we ever get to play pure Vanquish Soul, which is kind of a shame, but that's also just speculation. I don't know if that's the case or not. For now, looking forward to this Friday, because I think Dracotail is a pretty awesome addition to the game. Do you think Master Duel card pool is catching up with the TCG? At this point, okay, like the game has been out for almost 4 years now, okay? And if they wanted to ever be on the same release schedule, if they ever wanted to be on the same release schedule, they probably would be by now, okay? So I think it's just a matter of they don't want the games to have the same card pool at all times. I think they just want to have it be a different format. I just think it's intentional at this point. It has nothing for years we've been talking about, like, oh, maybe it takes a while to code these cards and other reasons that we potentially have for delaying stuff in mass. I think it's just what they want to do. It's just at this point something you have to come to terms with, is that Master Duel and TCG are two different formats. Which honestly, I've come to terms with that a long time ago. And if you have accept that, I think it's it's also a lot easier and a lot like it's a lot easier to accept if you just come to terms with that. But yeah. Okay. Before we jump into Master Duel for today, there's a couple of TCG things I wanted to talk about. For like current format and also Genesys, and then we're gonna hop into Master Duel. Yeah. So the first thing I want to start with is some Genesys discussion, because I do feel like at least from what I've been experiencing, the Genesys talks online have been getting a little bit quieter recently. You know, I still see people talking about it, but I had a pretty good time playing Genesys at YCS Bologna, and so I still wanted to talk about it and give a little bit of feedback on the format, because there are a few things that I want to address when it comes to Genesys format and some of the discussion that I've seen online. So I entered Genesys on the Friday of YCS Bologna, and that is already the first thing that I want to emphasize on, that I thought was handled really, really well at the first European YCS offering Genesys, was that you could play Genesys on the Friday of YCS Bologna, which was one of the main things that people at US YCSs, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe at US YCSs, if I remember correctly, you cannot enter Genesys on the Friday, because the Friday, the venue is open on Friday, but there's no public events, I believe. At least the last time I was there, that's what it was. And so the way it works at European YCSs is, of course, the venue is open on Friday and you can play public events on Friday. And the Genesys Invitational, or the Genesys Qualifier, happened on Friday as well as on Saturday. And instead of multiple 16-player on-demand pods, there was one large Genesys qualifier on Friday and one large Genesys qualifier on Saturday. And basically, the way that one worked was there was 4 rounds of Swiss, basically. And if you went 3-1, you were qualified for the Invitational on Sunday. So if you go 3-1, you get the playmat and you qualify for Sunday. If you go 4-0, you get to pick a Starlight Rare, and you get the playmat, and you get the invite, which I thought was awesome for a multitude of reasons. So I just wanted to give a shout out to how the European the European staff or organizers handled this, because I thought it was nice to be able to play this on Friday, because it means that you don't have to decide between Genesys and the main event, right? That was one of my main concerns with Genesys formats. If you remember, when they announced the format, I was like, okay, but if the only way to play this is at YCSs, am I going to have to decide between playing Genesys or the main event if I go to a YCS? And the answer is no, because what I did was I went there on Friday. I signed up for Genesys. I played Genesys on the Friday. I did go 3-1. I played Dracotail. We can talk about that in a second. So I secured the playmat, and I also qualified for the Sunday Genesys Invitational, which, let me tell you, that to me felt really nice, because when I played the main event on Saturday, I always had in the back of my head, I always had like, okay, if I don't do well today, I can play the Genesys qualifier tomorrow. I basically already had the invite for a cool tournament on Sunday, which always, like, I don't know, it just helped take some pressure off. And luckily, in hindsight, I didn't need the qualification because I did well in the main event for the YCS. But in case I got unlucky or things didn't go my way, I could have always gone back and played the Genesys Invitational, which is a really cool thing to do. Also, just in general, as a public event, the pricing for Genesys is pretty nice. So I think this is like one of the best ways to get people interested in the format, because the pricing for these events are nice. Look, a side event where you play 4 rounds, if you go 3-1, you win the Genesys playmat. If you go 4-0, you can basically pick any Starlight of your choice. That's pretty good pricing for a 4-round public event. On top of all that, you qualify for an invitational on Sunday where the pricing is also really good. You know, first place in the Sunday invitational wins a Dark End Dragon and a giant card Pot of Greed. So all things considered, Genesys is offering really good pricing. And also, you can play it on the Friday, so it does not compete with the main event, right? So that's pretty awesome. So that's all the things that I wanted to say. For like just related to the event itself, not the actual format. Also, I guess one small thing, it was the fact that it wasn't the fact that it was Swiss rounds and not like a KO bracket, I thought was also pretty cool, because it didn't matter when you lost. Like, for example, I went 3-1, but I lost the second round, meaning that if it was KO system or like a single elimination bracket, I would have been out by the second round, and I would have had to go back, sign up to another pod, and keep trying and trying and trying. I thought this way was cooler. I thought it was more chill. So yeah. The actual format of Genesys, I played this deck. I don't want to go over the deck list in too much detail. I posted it on Twitter if you've been following me there. So basically, I played Dracotail because of the huge popularity of Joel and Lockbird, and that is something I want to talk about in a second. And I'm not sure how I feel about Joel in this format, but I guess we're going to talk about that as well. I played Dracotail because Joel was very popular, and I wanted to play a deck that doesn't completely suck into Joel and Lockbird. And I didn't play Radiant Typhoon because I didn't want to play Radiant Typhoon mirror matches all day, basically. And just for those that are interested in Genesys format, the points breakdown for this deck as of now is 5 mana is 20 points, so 2 5 manas is 40. Mululu is 5 points, so that is 55. Nibiru is 5 points, so this is 70. K2 Dracotail is 10 points, so that makes it 80 points. And Arthalion is 20 points, so we only get to play one Arthalion, and that's 100 points total for the deck. So essentially, the way I decided to play the Dracotail engine, I made it 85 points for Dracotail and 15 points for Nibiru. And Nibiru over Droll because I just enjoy playing with Nibiru more than Droll and Lockbird. And realistically, I think both Droll and Nibiru are kind of like, against the combo decks, I think they're both relatively equal in power level, and I just enjoy playing more with Nibiru. So I decided to play Nibiru. But yeah. I don't want to go over the deck list in too much detail, but yeah, I played some Kaiju, so I have outs for like Liger Dancer or Super Quantal and stuff like that. And other than that, it's just a relatively straightforward Genesys Dracotail deck. But I thought it was pretty good. I liked it. I do think they're probably going to increase the points on Dracotail a little bit. But yeah. My rounds. So it started off pretty cool. I played against Centurion in the first round. I guess one of the things that needs to be said about Genesys format at the moment is that, and I will say that I'm willing to accept it for the beginning of the format because it is still relatively fresh, and they are collecting data and they are working on it, and there is frequent updates and stuff like that. And so far, I think the direction that things have been going are pretty good. So I'm not too worried about it at this point. But there are definitely some outliers in terms of what some decks are capable of doing in Genesys format. And I can only speak for myself, but I guess you can let me know how you feel about this. But I personally play Genesys format not because I want to experience some giga low power level, like basically like Time Wizard or whatever, or I also don't want to, I don't want Genesys to be like Time Wizard or whatever. If I wanted to play a format at the power level of Time Wizard, I would play Time Wizard. The reason why I play Genesys is because, or rather what I want from Genesys and what I am experiencing or what I'm loving so much about Genesys is just the general play patterns that happen in this format, to me, seem more fair and a little bit more balanced, because some of the most unfair cards in the format that create a bunch of like non-games are taken out of it or have 100 points, so people can't really use them. As well as just in general, decks not having access to link monsters and stuff makes end boards a little bit more bearable, right? And so I have no issue with the fact that people play modern decks in Genesys format, right? Like I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is when certain decks or certain cards exist that, in my opinion, simply do too much. And this is not even power level related. It's just that the general play pattern of certain cards or certain decks are just, I resolve my combo and I win the game because my board is unbeatable, or I summon a certain monster that you simply cannot out, right? Those are two things that happen frequently in Advanced Constructed, and I was kind of hoping that it wouldn't happen much in Genesys format. Am I being clear? Do you understand what I mean? Like basically, and I will say that for like maybe 80% of decks in Genesys format, this is true, right? This is true for most of the decks that I've played against so far when I've played Genesys format for example, at locals. Like most of the decks that I went up against, they would just make boards that it was always worth playing into. There was a lot of decks where if you didn't hand trap them, it was completely fine to just play into them with your engine. And I do think there's a couple of outliers in Genesys format where they haven't been handled yet, I guess. What should happen then? That's what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is in general, though. See, I guess that's where I guess I disagree. I generally don't think that is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is in general. Maybe that's because I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For a very long time, and I think the majority of times that's not what Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been. And I also don't think that Genesys is super far away from that. I think Genesys basically is like 80 or 90% of Genesys matches that I've experienced so far were that. But there's a couple of very obvious outliers, and I don't think it's too hard to spot. And also, I'm not even saying that there shouldn't be any combo decks. Combo decks in general are fine. I do think that also a lot of the combo decks in Genesys format have counterplay, like meaningful counterplay. But there is, what I mean is specifically like, I don't know, round 2, I sat down against an Onomad player, and subjectively, I personally find Onomad to be a pretty annoying deck, but that is my problem. The deck can exist. My problem was that I didn't open a single hand trap in one of the games, and my opponent just summoned a Rongo, which made it completely impossible for me to even play the game. Now, if the Onomat deck didn't have Rongo, it probably would still make a pretty strong board, even if especially if uninterrupted. But that board, maybe I could have played into. Maybe I could have played into the Onomat board with my hand, because my hand, I remember, was a pretty strong engine hand, and it had a Kaiju. I had like Kaiju, Rahu, Lucius, whatever, like, and a couple more Dracotail names. Like I could have played. I could have definitely played into a board, even if it had like an Omni Negate or two, or a Spell Negate and an Omni Negate, or whatever they make in Onomat. What I couldn't do was play into a Rongo, because that card says your opponent cannot summon. And then after the match, and then I realized, like, oh, I realized they can play a lot of non-engine, because I asked them after, like, hey, what are you spending your points on? And they're like, yeah, Rongo is 31 points, so I can still play, like, here, Droll and whatever else has points in their deck. And I'm like, Rongo has 31 points? That's insane. I was basically I was shocked to even see a single Droll Lockbird in their deck, because I'm like, what? Surely Rongo has 100 points. And you know, apparently, hear me out, okay? Apparently, they did the thing where they combined 2 cards to be 101 points, and so they can't be played together, and they gave Rongo 31 and Gossip Shadow 70. So, just to make it clear, the card that says your opponent cannot summon monsters has 31 points. And the card that says I'm a rank 3 and you can attach me to another Exceed has 70. And here's the thing, right? Maybe you can give them the benefit of a doubt and say, like, okay, Gossip Shadow is a monster negate, so it deserves to have more points. Sure, okay, maybe both of them. If you don't want them to be played together, you can give them both more points. It doesn't matter. Like, if you think Gossip Shadow independently is a 70-point card, you can still give Rongo 100, and then they can still not be played together if you think that Gossip Shadow is such a good card. Whatever. Also, you can give them another benefit of the doubt and say, oh, that was on purpose because they wanted people to be able to play Onomat. And so they gave them Rongo on purpose. To which I say, that's not good. That is not good. This is concerning. If they are willing to give decks Rongo Miniad just to make them playable in Genesys format, I don't know if I want that. I don't know if I want them to intentionally leave a freaking broken, busted floodgate just so that they can push like one of the decks that didn't really quite make it in Advanced Constructed. That's concerning, in my opinion, for someone who wants to play more fair Yu-Gi-Oh in Genesys format. That is. And I don't know if I'm the only one with that. At least from previous discussions, I don't think I'm the only one who looks at Genesys in this way, where I'm hoping to get more fair gameplay in with Genesys. And I'm also 100% certain that Onomat makes a powerful enough board without Rongo. Like, this deck does not need Rongo to function. And so, basically, what I'm trying to say is that I really, really like the core idea of Genesys format. I really like how it's been implemented into YCSs. I think it's awesome. I think the underlying idea for the format is great. However, I think there is some play patterns that I simply don't want in Genesys format. And one of those play patterns is resolve Giga Broken combo and win the game instantly. Because there is, in some ways, even less counterplay to that in Genesys, because all the hand traps, or most of the good hand traps, are pointed rather heavily, right? So a combo deck that is viable in Genesys is even more of a problem than a combo deck in Advanced Constructed, if you really think about it. You know, combo decks in Genesys format are a bigger problem because there is less ways for people to counter them. It's not as simple as, well, just play the cards that are good against Onomat, because you might not have the points for that in the decks you're trying to play. Because if that's the case, if you need all these hand traps just to deal with some of the combo decks in the format, then guess what? You are basically required to spend all of your points on hand traps, and then you cannot play decks anymore that need a couple of points. You can't build decks around some of the cards that have like 20, 30, 40, 50 points. They're basically eliminated because you need those points for hand traps. That's where Genesys needs to be. Genesys needs to be at a point where you don't have to play 15 hand traps. That's what's supposed to set it apart from Advanced Constructed, the way I see it. You know, the way I see it, this is the place where you can play a deck without 18 hand traps because the decks are not auto winning every time when they go first. And so if there is a deck that auto wins going first, they need to do more about it quicker. And especially not leave Rongo at 31 points so that Onomat can see some play. Because those are play patterns that no one wants in Genesys format. And this all leads into Droll and Lockbird as well. Like, I understand that Droll and Lockbird, at the moment, a lot of people are happy that it's only 5 points because it beats Onomat. In an ideal world, Onomat isn't a thing, at least not at the power level it currently is in Genesys format. And then you don't need Droll and Lockbird, okay? And I guess the same is true for Nibiru as well. You know, like Nibiru is, I think, all things considered, a much more fun card to play with than Droll. But for some rogue decks, it can definitely feel super overwhelming. And I think Genesys should try to do a better job at creating an environment where you don't need those cards just to be able to play the game. In an ideal world, Droll is 0 points and sees 0 play. I agree with you. In an ideal world, you create an environment where the card is simply not necessary. But for that to happen, they need to do more about those decks that just do too much. Right? So I guess in some ways, what I am saying is I want Genesys to be at a lower power level, or rather like a more balanced thing where because against some decks, it certainly feels like you lose the dice roll, they go first, they combo, you lose. And those are some decks that should be looked at, I think. For sure. So that's my experience with Genesys format. I would say at the moment, like about 75-80% of the format is pretty fun and healthy, but the last 20%, obviously, especially when you play at a competitive tournament like the YCS Genesys Invitational, of course, more people are inclined to play the really good stuff, you know. But I'll say it, and I don't think I'm the only one. If Onomat, Onomat making Rongo, and Lunalight making Liger Dancers, because that's the deck that won the Invitational, was Lunalight. If those are the type of decks that are the most popular in Genesys and the ones that are winning everything, I don't need to enter a Genesys tournament to get that kind of gameplay. Like, there's no difference to some of the decks in Advanced Constructed then. Like, if that's what decks are doing, you literally have no reason to play Genesys. And I don't mean that in like in a super condoning or negative way, but like Genesys needs to set itself apart from that type of gameplay for me to want to play it. Because if it's like, if I sit down in Genesys and my opponent activates an Onomat card and I can only win the game if I have Droll and Lockbird in my hand, I might as well just enter a TCG tournament, sit down, lose the dice roll to Yami Mitsurugi, and only have a chance to win the game if I open Droll or maybe Fuva. You know, like there's no difference. So yeah, that's how I felt about Genesys format. But the way things are going, and in the entire year and in general, like I have some hope that that they're gonna address this properly. I'm not like too worried about it. Well, that was my 2 cents on Genesys after playing it at YCS Bologna. What do you think about Fuba in Genesys? I think Fuba is fine. I mean, I have no issue with Fuba. How did you have time to play Genesys and the main event? Because Genesys was on Friday. The only thing that has me slightly worried about Genesys format is that, like, on the latest point update, or not point update, but they made a YCS Pittsburgh Genesys recap, where they just talked about what's going on in Genesys, and they put a lot of emphasis. they put a lot of emphasis on like the deck diversity that's happening in Genesys format, which I'll give him that is there, like 100%. A few of the things I think that they wanted Genesys to achieve were achieved. So Genesys is a place to play some decks that are not good enough for advanced constructed. Looking at stuff like Onomat, like Radiant Typhoon, like Art Mage, like there are certain. It is a place where you can play those decks. That is good. That is awesome. And there is also a lot of different decks in the format that are viable. It is a relatively diverse format, all things considered. Even though I would also argue this is because there is less competition happening, so it takes longer for people to figure out what the best decks are. And at the YCS, at YCS Bologna, if you walk down the row of like all the people that are 2-0 or 3-0 at the Genesys Invitational, you saw mainly Onomat and Radiant Typhoon. There was not like 20 different decks or something in the row of people that were successful. Like in the last round of Swiss, if you walk down the first couple of tables, it was a bunch of Radiant Typhoon. So it's like the diversity aspect, I think you take it with a grain of salt. But I think the biggest thing I think is that like even if the format is diverse, there's still certain decks that have certain play patterns that I personally think are not healthy for Genesys format in the long term. Should they make Genesys 2 with links and pendulums as the niche of a niche in 2027? No, they should not. I think, luckily, I think the solution to this is easy. I think they simply have to, they have to be more aggressive towards auto wins. They have to be more aggressive towards floodgates. That includes stuff like Rongo, and they have to be a little bit more aggressive towards new decks. They have to be a little bit more aggressive towards new decks. Is the unfortunate truth. Like, I understand that you want your new decks to see play in Genesys format 100%, but I look at Dracotail. Dracotail, you cannot even play the full core in Genesys format because they have so many points. And you also, like, I played 2 Phimena, 1 Arthalion, and 1 Ketu, which is a lot of restrictions on that deck. And I was still able to do well with Dracotail in Genesys format. Showcasing that the power level of the format is lower, and also showcasing that it's completely okay for new decks to have heavy points on them. Like, it's no problem because of, like, you still have a lot of control over how you build your decks, and you also you're competing with less powerful decks in general, and new decks just tend to be very powerful by nature because of power creep. So like hit new decks a little harder. Like Radiant Typhoon would be a meta deck even if some of the Radiant Typhoon cards had 5 or 10 points right now. It would be no problem. And Onomat would be a meta deck even if Rongo had 100 points. Like, those things just need to happen preemptively. Otherwise, it's just going to be the same as Advanced Constructed with slightly different pictures, you know? Like, you're playing the same game with different pictures on the cards, which, yeah. Someone taught with Radiant Typhoon in a regional. I've seen that. Yes, I've seen that. And that is bringing us forward. We're going to move away from Genesys for today, and we're going to move into some TCG. So what I want to do now is recap the last couple of events that have happened for the TCG format, and then also move into a discussion about where things are going, because of course there is a set coming out in 2 days, or I guess in 2 weeks if you're from NA, because Phantom Revenge, I believe, if I remember correctly, has been delayed for NA. But in EU, it's coming out in 2 days. Unfortunately, Phantom Revenge is not looking to be the most impactful set. I have looked into the new archetypes a little bit, and I'm currently planning to do some recordings next week where I try to make Cool Tune, Eniacraft, and Heckahands work. So expect some videos on that next week. I'll try to come up with deck lists to play those decks, and then I'll record some gameplay with them, which I think is going to be fun, and I'm gonna see how much potential they really do have. But as of now, at least from the OCG perspective, they have done basically nothing. So it's definitely on the weaker side in terms of the deck building sets, but maybe there's something there. I will try it. I will try it. But I do want to, because it's December, it's the end of the year. The format has been developing for a while now. You know, it's been a bunch of the same decks, but there's like meta developments, and I want to talk about that. And then eventually, we're also gonna have to talk about a potential ban list, because while the most recent Forbidden and Limited List update, the one that had all the floodgates, was really good, it didn't really address any of the meta decks in the format. It just addressed some generically used floodgates, basically. It did not hit any archetypal cards out of Yami, Mitsu, Dracotail, Vanquish Soul, whatever, right? They didn't hit any of those decks directly. Kind of indicating to me that it was an out of schedule, update that isn't the regular ban list, quote unquote, right? And especially in because of the deck building set, bringing 3 archetypes that will kind of struggle to compete. I think there is a chance that we get a ban list update in like December or January. So I just want to talk about it, because the format is basically not going to change, at least in regards to the current decks, in the next couple of weeks. So we might as well get this discussion out of here now. So before we talk about a potential ban list, though, I just want to take a quick look at where we're at with the format, and also, most importantly, talk about some interesting meta developments that have happened, and maybe try to explain from my perspective how you choose a deck if you're trying to do well in a big tournament in an environment like this. And I think for this, it is worth taking a look at. Actually, let me also look for YCS Pittsburgh real quick, because I think that's where things really that's where I think we get the full picture if we do all this. Hold up. Where is YCS Pittsburgh? There. Here's YCS Pittsburgh. Okay. So, in the current format, we have a couple of players, I would call them, and I think leading into YCS Pittsburgh, there were 2 types of decks that people mainly were trying to play, and we see this reflected in the top 8 at YCS Pittsburgh as well, because I think there were a bunch of people who thought like, okay, now that Dimensional Barrier is gone, now that we can play a lot more fair Yu-Gi-Oh with all those floodgates being banned, let's play Dracotail. Because Dracotail gets to play a lot of non-engine, Dracotail gets to play Charmies to try and keep some of the more like higher ceiling decks in check, and Dracotail is just a very consistent option, especially into other Charmies and Droll and Lockbird, which are being used to counter some of those other decks. So Dracotail was one of the main players leading into YCS Pittsburgh. And on the other hand, we had the quote-unquote best deck of the previous format before the ban list update to the floodgates, which was Mitsurugi Yami, right? Mitsurugi Yami, as far as I'm concerned, is still the deck with the most powerful end board going first in the current format. Like, alongside, I mean, of course, decks like Malice, Lunalight, or K9 Brews, but Mitsurugi Yami really is up there in terms of the power of the end board, right? You see decks like you have an Arclight Omni Negate, you have the Mitsurugi Trap Omni Negate, Murakumo forcing the opponent to discard, Murakumo Raigeki effect, IP into SP or Dynamondo. There's really so much going on with a Mitsurugi Yami end board, and it is so hard to stop with the quote-unquote fair low impact hand traps, right? Like anything that isn't Droll or a Molcharmi, you're gonna have a hard time stopping Mitsurugi Yami with, right? And so those were the 2 big decks leading into YCS Pittsburgh, and I think it was without much surprise that Mitsurugi Yami was the most represented deck in top 8, but I do think it was pretty cool to see, and also pretty impressive to see, that Dracotail which honestly, compared to Mitsurugi Yami, Dracotail feels like such a fair deck, right? But it was still able to not only put up almost the same numbers as Mitsurugi Yami, it even had more in top 32, and it was able to win the entire event. And this is obviously because more power, more ceiling in Yu-Gi-Oh! Does not always mean a better deck, because Dracotail, like I said before, had some things going for it, which was that it was able to incorporate more non-engine into the deck. It has great synergies with all of the mold Charmies, which Mitsurugi Yami struggles with. You can play, like here, Aditya's list has all 9 Charmies, Triple Droll and Lockbird, Nibiru, Bestials, Ghost Spell, Ash, like basically all the tools you need to stop Mitsurugi Yami from popping off. And at the same time, it's a powerful deck with Branded Fusion as an additional starter, and also pretty resilient to other people trying to do the same thing. You know, if other people play Purulia, Fuba, Droll, Dracotail doesn't really care about that, right? And so Dracotail super well positioned in the beginning of the format. I really liked it as a choice for this event, but it of course begged one big question leading into YCS Bologna the week after, which is that on the surface level, or fundamentally, Dracotail is a pretty low ceiling deck when it goes first, compared to other decks in the format, and it does have some natural counters in the format. And so the question after YCS Pittsburgh, the question that I was discussing with my teammates moving into YCS Bologna was, what are people going to do after YCS Pittsburgh? What are people going to draw? Like, which conclusions are they going to draw from YCS Pittsburgh? Are they going to just play Dracotail because it won the event and it was obviously kind of like the best deck and most successful deck at the tournament? Or are people going to move towards decks that counter Dracotail? One thing that already kind of happened at YCS Pittsburgh was we saw some Malice doing well. They didn't move into the top 8 yet, but we had 4 Malice in top 32, which makes it the 3rd most successful deck in top 32. And the reason for this is quite simple, I think. Malice is like the next, is pretty good against Dracotail because it gets to play Dominus Impulse, which is a really high impact card against Dracotail, but also against Mitsurugi Yami, it's pretty good. And also in general, just like if your opponent's end board is not as oppressive because they're playing Dracotail, then Malice can break it and go over the top. So one of Malice's biggest weaknesses, which in general is going second, is kind of fixed if they're going up against Dracotail, because going second against Dracotail is not that hard. So Malice was a big contender leading into YCS Bologna as well. And so the biggest question was essentially, are people just going to play Dracotail, or are people going to play the decks that beat Dracotail? And so the realistic answer, at least the conclusion that I came to when it came to YCS Bologna, was I think there's still going to be a large portion of players that are going to play Dracotail, especially like a lot of the like middle of the pack, like a lot of your like completely average duelists. A lot of them are just going to play Dracotail because that's what they're used to, or that's because it won YCS Pittsburgh. But I did think there was going to be a couple of people who were going to try to make some sort of meta call, right? Like I heard from a lot of other pro players that they were messing around with, like I don't know, Malice or Pure Yummy or Vanquish Soul K9 as sort of like responses to the Dracotail success. And in the case of Pure Yummy, it was even an option to play Pure Yummy to counter everything that isn't Dracotail. So YCS Bologna comes around. And I decided to play K9 Vanquish Soul, because K9 Vanquish Soul, in my opinion, the thing that this deck did the best was it had a phenomenal Dracotail matchup. It had a very strong Malice matchup, even though I did lose a Malice feature match at the YCS, but still the Malice matchup was pretty good. for the deck. If you look at, I mean, if you look at the non-engine, especially post-side with 9 Charmies, 3 Nib, 3 Imperm, 3 Izuna and all that, and 3 Holy Sue and Bell and Ash, it was a pretty good matchup against Malice, and the K9 cards just give you a phenomenal matchup into Dracotail. But yeah, at YCS Bologna overall, we saw a pretty big fall off in the 2 most represented decks by far at YCS Pittsburgh, right? We see Dracotail and Mitsurugi Yami dominating the top 32. Over half of the spots in top 32 were Dracotail and Mitsuyami. In Bologna, not even, like, they only had 1 copy each in top 8. And in top 32, we still had 7 Dracotail and only 4 Mitsurugi Yami. So they lost a huge portion of their success from YCS Pittsburgh. Because, guess what? Metagames develop and people respond to what they think the popular decks are, and therefore it becomes a lot harder. And which is why I keep emphasizing this. It is so important in Yu-Gi-Oh! If you're trying to do well at big tournaments, is to understand meta trends and to understand what currently is popular, what people perceive to be the best decks, and then predict what is good against that, right? So at YCS Pittsburgh, Dracotail and Mitsurugi Yami were basically identified as the currently decks to beat in the format, and so a lot of the stuff that did well at YCS Bologna is the stuff that does well into those 2 decks. Vanquish Soul K9, like I said, phenomenal Dracotail matchup. To me, playing Vanquish Soul K9 at this YCS almost felt like a life hack, because instead of playing 15 rounds of Swiss and having to go X2, the way it felt like, of course, it's not a 100% matchup, but I did beat all of my Dracotail opponents. I think 6 of them. I just beat all of them, and it wasn't that hard most of the time. So instead of having to go 13-2 in 15 rounds, it felt more like I had to go 7-2 in 9 rounds, because the 6 rounds were, they weren't actually free, but like you get what I'm saying, right? They were very, very favored in towards my deck. So it even though Vanquish Soul doesn't have a free matchup into some other decks, like for example Yami Mitsurugi against Vanquish Soul K9, freaking coin flip ass matchup. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, Vanquish Soul against K9 decks against Mitsuyami, or K9 against other K9 decks, there's almost no agency. I hate combo decks. You know me. I don't like combo decks. I'm the first one to tell you, most of the time a combo deck goes up against another combo deck, not that good. Not that good. I did feel like the list that I played was okay against Mitsuyami, because I had like the 9 Charmies. I was able to actually beat a Mitsurugi Yami post side going second. I believe once or twice. I think my list was pretty good for like the Yami Mitsu matchup, but against other K9 decks, yeah. But it, like I said, the big factor was that I was able to just farm the Dracotail decks, right? And so we see decks that kind of have a similar idea here in YCS Bologna top 8, right? Like we see Malice, which overall is just a really strong combo deck still. And it does, I do think it has a decent matchup against Dracotail and also Mitsurugi Yami. So that's why we see Malice doing well. We see Pure Yami, which I believe is also a very interesting call, because I was also considering Pure Yami for this event, because I think Pure Yami is the best deck into the Dracotail counters. Think about that for a second, right? So if you think Dracotail is super popular right now, it makes a lot of sense to just play a counter to Dracotail, which is what I did with K9 Vanquish Soul. But what you can also do is you can predict that a lot of other good players are going to do the same thing, right? You can predict, I think it was relatively easy to predict at YCS Bologna there to be a lot more Vanquish Soul and Malice and Mitsurugi, whatever, than before. And Pure Yami happens to be a pretty good counter to K9 decks and Malice decks, because you can play a lot of hand traps. you don't play into Izuna or Ripper at all, and it's a very strong deck into those matchups. So that's why I think Pure Yummy was also an interesting call for YCS Bologna, and it's back basically at YCS Pittsburgh. You see almost no Pure Yummy. There was 1 in top 16, 2 in top 32, and at YCS Bologna we saw it make it all the way into the finals, which is pretty impressive as well. So Pure Yummy was an interesting call for this YCS again, and then of course we see a huge fall off in Dracotail and Mitsurugi Yummy. Following this up, YCS Merida was basically 2 days ago, where we see more of this, and we see Dracotail is gone. Dracotail is no longer in the top 8 at this tournament. Now, granted, this was a little bit smaller of an event. We had almost 500 duelists, but still, I mean, it's pretty sizable still. And we see Dracotail has basically been pushed out of the top cut here. I mean, there was a Dracotail in top 16, one Dracotail in top 16, 4 Dracotail in top 32. No one was able to break top 8 with Dracotail. It's just been established now that, you know, at this point, the combo decks are duking it out again. Okay, like there was a period of time at the beginning of the format where Dracotail was well positioned into this. Now there's more people who are trying to counter Dracotail, and you just have like at the top level now, you just have a couple of combo decks basically duking it out with each other, and Dracotail has been kind of removed for now. Which at this point, I guess the interesting question to ask is what is going to happen from here on out, because I can tell you this much: top cut spreads like this are going to force people to start playing cards like, I mean, Fuwalos is already very popular, but you're going to see more Purulias in the main deck. You're going to see more Droll and Lockbird in the main deck. All of those cards, right? You're going to be forced to play them in the main deck if you want to contest with that, right? We see Droll and Lockbird here in the main deck for James Markowitz, who won the tournament, because it just becomes more and more necessary. So here again, we see 3 Fuwa in the main, 3 Droll in the main, 3 Purulia, 3 Meows in the side, a lot of Charmies. And this is the sort of environment where Dracotail can rise again. And if this trend continues, right, we see here in James's side deck, we see 3 Retaliating Sea and 3 Double Cyclone. 2 cards that are basically just for Dracotail, right? I mean, yeah, okay, you can play Retaliating Sea against Lunalight or whatever, but for the most part, these cards are in here because of Dracotail. If Dracotail is falling off even more, then you might see more people moving away from those kind of cards, right? They might move away from siding cards that are just for Dracotail, right? And that is an environment where maybe Dracotail can rise again, right? Maybe we'll see Dracotail do better if this format continues, right? But that's hard to say because it's gonna be a while now. When is the next big tournament? Because I don't think NA has a YCS anymore. Europe's next YCS, I think, is in February. But yeah. There's a remote YCS this weekend. Yeah, right. And Dracotail, it's worth pointing out, Dracotail did win the UK Open. Jordan is in chat right now. Shout outs to Jordan for winning the UK Open with Dracotail. However, even there, at least from the stats that we have right now, it was the only Dracotail in top 8. So, of course, what I'm not saying that Dracotail is impossible to perform with at the moment. Like, definitely not. And this is always what you need to understand when you look at Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament data, is that it's always just about trends and the overall statistic. One singular result doesn't mean that much. One singular tournament win or one singular tournament without Dracotail in top 8 does not mean the deck is dead, by all means. But what I'm trying to point out here, and what I think is important to understand, is that there is definitely a trend, you know, from Dracotail everywhere to Dracotail counters everywhere, and then no more Dracotail. I think is definitely a trend that I'm trying to point out here that's important to understand when you're trying to do well at a YCS, because Yu-Gi-Oh formats never just happen and then they're there and then nothing changes anymore and now that's just what you have to deal with. That is a very rare thing. Maybe in tier 0 formats that happened. Like maybe, okay, in Ishizu Tournament, you maybe won't find these sort of developments from YCS to YCS to YCS, right? But in more diverse formats, you definitely see this, right? You definitely see these sort of developments, and it's important to stay on top of this in order to do well. Because I think if I had chosen to play Dracotail at YCS Bologna without basically ignoring all the signs that people were prepared for it now, I don't think I would have been able to make top 8, even though I really like Dracotail. It was a deck that I had as an option for this YCS, and I kind of wanted to play it, but I knew it was not the right time for it. You know, like maybe for this YCS I would have played it, but for this one it was not the right time. Even though literally these two events are only like 2 weeks apart, and that's sometimes crazy to realize that this stuff sometimes moves quick. Is all I'm trying to say. So, what I want to do now is I want to talk a potential ban list, because while all of these things we've just talked about are really, really cool, actually, like I genuinely believe that these sort of like developments and meta shifts and making meta calls and being rewarded for it and then seeing completely different top cut breakdowns just 2 weeks after another tournament, like I think that is cool. I think that is a very integral part of Yu-Gi-Oh! I do think there is a couple of outliers in the current format where decks are simply doing a little bit too much and are a little bit too strong. And so I want to discuss this because we are in an interesting spot right now when it comes to a ban list for a multitude of reasons. The first thing is, technically, we have just gotten, or not just, but we have just gotten a ban list, right? The one where they hit the floodgates, right? This one. We have just gotten this this list about a month ago. 5 weeks is when this was implemented, right? And some people might not expect a list right now. I personally am expecting a list, because to me, I think this one falls out of the regular schedule. Like this one, I almost doesn't count in terms of the regular ban list schedule, because this isn't a format changing ban list in the sense that it's not addressing any of the meta decks in the format. This was just addressing like the problem of Yu-Gi-Oh not being played, right? This was more like a requirement to keep the format like alive, you know, after what happened at YCS Anaheim, right? So this list, I don't think falls into the regular, well, every 2 to 4 months, here's your update or whatever, right? Like, and I really think at the time when they dropped this list, there was a lot of people that were saying like, okay, where's Habakiri? Where are the Yami hits? Where are the Mitsurugi hits? You know, what's going on there? And I was okay with that. I was okay with this list not hitting any of the cards, because all I wanted was to just play the format. You know, the Yami, Mitsurugi, Dracotail format, I was okay with that format to just happen, right? But it wasn't happening because of these cards. So them just hitting these cards and leaving the format completely alone otherwise was completely okay with me. Now the format has happened. You know, we've had a couple of YCSs in this format. You know, it's been some time, and technically it was also the format before this ban list, just with more floodgates. You know, YCS Lil was also Yami and whatnot, Yami, Mitsurugi, and so on, right? And so I think around now would be a pretty good time to talk about a potential ban list. And let me move over here. So my goal for this list is to mostly address some of the decks that are doing a little bit too much in the current format, mostly combo decks that I think are a little bit over the top and are stopping some other decks from seeing play. At the same time, I do acknowledge that it is a relatively diverse format right now, which is pretty cool. And I think for the most part, after they've banned the floodgates, I think it was a lot more fun to play this format than before. So I don't think it's like necessary to slaughter any decks right now completely. And I also want to preface this by saying I don't think they are going to murder Mitsurugi. And we're going to talk about that because Mitsurugi is going to get a structure deck, or they're called legendary modern decks. Mitsurugi is going to get a structure deck in, I think it's March. And I want to keep it realistic to the point where I do not think they are going to drastically hit Mitsurugi before that product comes out, because it doesn't make sense. So, and I'll tell you in a second why I actually don't think that's too big of a problem. Because if I'm honest, I don't think pure Mitsurugi is the problem. The problem with Mitsurugi is the hybrid versions that people are doing. Most importantly, of course, Mitsurugi Yami, right? Or like, you know, like Mitsurugi K9 or whatever, right? And so all of these, like, we've had discussions in the past where I said, like, okay, limit Habakiri, limit prayers or whatever, or ban Kusanagi. Those are some of the most common suggestions when it comes to Mitsurugi hits. I don't think these are happening. And I understand that Habakiri, and I 100% agree that Habakiri is a card that is designed in a very problematic way. But they are simply, I don't think they're going to ban Habakiri because there's a product around Mitsurugi that's releasing in March. Unless they're doing something completely crazy, which would actually be a good thing, but I don't think they're doing that. They could ban Habakiri, and then in the legendary modern decks, they could make like a new version of it, like a read train or whatever. Which, look, I agree that would be awesome, but it wouldn't happen. Also, banning stuff like Kusanagi only hits pure Mitsurugi. Like, literally, Mitsurugi Yami does not even always play Kusanagi. There's versions of this deck that don't play Kusanagi, and it's the only ones that are actually a problem. So banning any of this doesn't make sense, I don't think. I could see them maybe semi-limiting Habakiri or prayers or both. I think that's reasonable, but it would obviously not be enough, because one of the core problems of Mitsurugi is also the fact that this is so searchable. And that's what I'm getting to, right? I think by far, the most realistic and also best way to do this is this. This has to happen, and I'll tell you why it is so. This is such an elegant solution. They might even leave these two untouched. This is such an elegant solution to this thing that I'm almost certain it's. I don't see a universe where this doesn't happen. It'd be outrageous to me, because here's the thing. Think about it. This is the way how the Yami cards access the Mitsurugi cards. This is not only an Omni Negate, a searcher for Habakiri, but also a floodgate. And also, if you ban Arclight, you don't have to do anything about Yami. Like, this is probably the most unfair thing about the Yami end board. If you ban Herald, pure Yami is super easy to handle with non-engine. It still has ways to play around Nibiru if you just don't commit your full hand. And I don't think Yami is dead if you ban Herald. I think if you think pure Yami is dead after banning Herald, then you haven't played pure Yami very well. I think Pure Yummy is still a powerful deck. And I think if Herald is the only thing that's keeping Yummy alive, then fuck it. The only thing that I don't like about this, of course, as an old Necros head, there's a lot of cool ways to use Herald in other decks, like Dogmatica or Necros or whatever, where they just send them from the extra deck to the graveyard. But I think it's just a sacrifice we have to make. Like, this has to happen. I don't see a way around it. I don't see a way around it. So yeah, it's a very elegant solution. And I also hope that they hit Zombie Vampire, because of course by hitting Herald you stop Mitsurugi into you stop the Yummy bridge into Mitsurugi, but you still don't. It doesn't change the fact that Mitsurugi can still basically bridge into everything in the game. And as much as I agree with you guys that Zombie Vampire is a fun card to play with, I think it just has the same flair to it as Chaos Ruler, and that card needs to go. Yeah. So, and I think this is nice, because by just hitting 2 cards, you solve a majority of the problems that are related to Mitsurugi and Yummy. You can leave pure Mitsurugi completely intact, which is going to be good for the product that you're releasing in March, right? Mitsurugi, completely fine, no problem. Pure Yummy, you don't have to worry about it anymore because you banned Herald of the Arclight, and you basically stopped the bridge between some of the most popular decks in the format. And I think this would be perfect. What if we ban Gravity Controller? Then you're just banning around the problem cards. In which world is Gravity Controller the bigger problem than Herald of the Arclight? Is a generic Omni Negate that's also a Floodgate really worth holding on to so hard? Like, what's the deal here? Like, why is it so important to keep Herald of the Arclight around? I don't know, dude. I don't see one. Okay, next up is probably my least favorite topic of this discussion, because it's K9 Vanquish Soul. The reason why, and I mean, you guys know what I'm about to say if you've been watching any of my other videos on this topic, but the reason why this topic is so hard for me is because I still think the Vanquish Soul cards have been done dirty. And I know this might sound weird after they just won YCS Bologna. Let me tell you once again, and I'll say it louder for the people in the back, the deck that is winning right now is not Vanquish Soul. Dude, you are ecstatic if you are able to resolve a Vanquish Soul effect in that deck in the current format. It's freaking K9, okay? It's just K9. K9 is super strong. K9 is really good into Dracotail. K9 beats all of the fair hand traps. You open Jokul and a level 5, and there's no fair hand trap in the world that ever stops you. And it's the K9 cards that are making it all tick, and they're making it broken, and they're making the end boards. And like, most of the time I win with friggin' Ripper into Werewolf with the quick play spell and stuff. Like, those are the powerful cards, okay? And it was always criminal that they hit Raisin and Stake Your Soul, when in reality, the cards that made that deck too powerful were the K9 cards, okay? Now, here's the thing. The reason why I hate talking about it is because what I want them to do is not what they are going to do, okay? I'll just get that out of here, because what I want them to do is ban the K9 cards, undo that shit, basically, because I don't like those cards, and give me back Vanquish Soul, okay? Give me back Vanquish Soul and get rid of K9. I don't care about K9. The K9 gameplay is just combo slop that negates hand traps, okay? I don't need it in the game. That's what I would like to tell you. That's what I would like to do on here, okay? The problem is that's not going to happen. They're not going to revert Raisin and Stake Your Soul immediately. And there's more K9 stuff that's coming out soon, right? Like there's another K9 Exceed in the next core set. So they're not gonna like ban K9 cards right now. It's not realistic. I think this is something that maybe could happen in like a year or so, right? Similar to how the way I see this, I guess, is, or a realistic way this could go is similar to how they did it with Snake Eyes, right? With Snake Eyes, they put Ash and Poplar to 1. We had to deal, it stayed like that for like a while. And then eventually when they banned Original, they immediately gave us back Ash and Poplar, which I think was fine. I think in hindsight, no one can argue with that. You know, Ash and Poplar being at 3, not a problem in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? At the moment, at least, without Original. So I do think once the time comes and they are willing to murder K9 on a ban list, then we could expect them to give us back Raisin and Stake Your Soul. And I am waiting for that day, but I don't think that day is here yet. One thing I want to see is this. Jokel is, and let me tell you this from the experience of playing an entire YCS with K9 Vanquish Soul, hard opening Jokel is by far the most ignorant and broken thing that you can do. Because you're putting it, the card is so busted. If you think about all the implications, you're putting 2 level 5s on the board already. Most of the time, I mean, Jokel always has an effect to search. Most of the time, the other level 5 will also do something. You know, whether it's an Azuna that's sending a Ripper, a Lupus, or it's a Lantern that can search, or it's a Vanquish Soul card that can potentially do some stuff. You put 2 bodies on the board that both actively probably go +1. And then you have the choice of, well, I could activate my Jokel to get my +1 immediately, or I can just make Ripper immediately to stop any sort of hand trap that my opponent could have. Even Droll and Lockbird, you can't even get rolled on that shit if you just overlay into Ripper. Like, most of the time at the YCS, what I would do is just summon Jokel in another level 5, make Ripper, and then I'd negate Droll. It's absurd. And even disregarding the fact whether you think Droll should be legal or not, the fact that basically the deck that is meant to die to Droll just negates Droll by summoning a rank 5 without searching, and the rank 5 also searches an extender in Lantern, and then you still get your Jokel search later because Lantern brings the Jokel back. You're not even missing something by skipping the search. It's crazy. It's insane. So I don't think they're gonna ban Jokel, but limiting it so that you can still search it but don't hard open it as often is something this has to happen for K9. This has to happen. One thing I don't want to happen, if I'm honest with you, I don't want them to hit Izuna. This is me personally. I think Izuna is a pretty fun card to play with. I know it's a hand trap and people have different views on hand traps. Some people hate them. Some people think they're fine. I personally think Izuna is like the one K9 card that I really enjoy playing with. I think that'd be awesome. I know Ripper deserves, you guys are saying Ripper deserves a ban. That's why I specifically had that monologue about they're not gonna ban. I don't think they're gonna ban Ripper, okay? Like, I hate Ripper. The fact there should not be a rank 5 that you make at the start of your combo that searches an extender and also negates hand traps. It shouldn't exist. I agree with you. They're not gonna ban it now. They're not gonna ban it now. It's too early, and it's too integral to the K9 decks to get banned now. Eventually, maybe, but not yet. Not yet. They're not. I'm trying to keep it somewhat realistic. And the other thing, please leave Holy Sue alone. I know the card is good, but please, Vanquish Soul has suffered enough. It's the K9 cards. I swear, the K9 cards are at fault. Noroi, I'm kind of indifferent, honestly, but I'm running out of options on what to hit in K9. If they just limit Jokel, am I already happy? I'm not sure. Maybe. I do think Noroi, like, Noroi is very powerful. At the same time, Noroi is honestly, compared to Jokel, I think Noroi is kind of tame. It's another card that lets you play around Joel and Lockbird, so I could see them semi-limiting or limiting it. I'm not sure. Looking at the hand is very toxic. Yes and no. I don't know. I once again, from my perspective, looking at their hand during the YCS usually was good, but most of the time it didn't matter. Because if I'm comboing, I'm winning even if I don't know your cards. And more often than not, like, the fact that Noroi needs your normal summon was actually, it felt more like a commitment, right? It felt more like, oh, I actually like have to decide between normal summon Noroi or normal summon Madlove, and I have to make a decision. Whereas if I have Jokel, it's just like, well, I just vomit my hand onto the field, doesn't matter, right? So there's definitely a difference between Noroi and Jokel in terms of their power level, and but I'm just questioning whether I'm happy if they just hit Jokel for K9 stuff, and I think the answer is no, I'm not happy. And maybe a semi-limit to Noroi, and then we're talking for now. This definitely does not kill K9. This definitely does not kill K9. And Azuna hit to 2. You know what? What you're saying is not unrealistic. I think this could also happen. I will say this would definitely not be my preferred way of doing it, because once again, I like Izuna as a card. I think it's fun to play with. I think Izuna is the least toxic card in the K9 deck. So yeah, OCG did that. OCG did exactly this. Yeah, I mean, I would prefer this, so I'm gonna leave it here. But yeah, case at 1, case to 1 does nothing. Case to 1 does basically nothing. Because I mean, look, I already only played 2 case, and I usually sided down to 1. So case to 1, I mean, they could do it, but doesn't really matter that much. Okay. I don't know if it's behind your cam, but I would like to see Kunkuri ban, basically Sanctifier situation. Oh yeah, I forgot to add Imperial Princess Kunkuri, but I would like to see it banned too. I don't think it's realistically happening though. I don't think it's realistically happening because, like, it's just not being done yet is the unfortunate thing, right? I agree with you. They should preemptively get rid of Kunkuri. But at the moment, it's not that popular, so they probably won't, which is the unfortunate truth. But I agree with you. In an ideal world, Kunkuri is here. It just got second at Merida. Ooh, did they play it at YCS, at the YCS in Mexico? Okay, maybe then, yeah. Maybe Kunkuri should go. I mean, it definitely should go, but maybe they will. Okay, nice. Okay. If you ban Zombie Vampire, you should also ban Saryuja. That is an interesting take. I would not be opposed to that. And the logic is sound, yeah. The logic is sound, yeah. If Zombie Vampire accessing the next 4 cards of your deck to find a bridge, I guess the same thing goes for Saryuja. I would not be opposed to it. I didn't include it in the thing because I didn't think of it this morning. But I think Saryuja, it's just a matter of, you know, if they keep making archetypes that don't have proper locks, because they want some sort of creativity in deck building, which is understandable. You know, you want people to be able to combine different engines and different decks to each other. Like, sure. But you do need to limit the quality of cards that you can do that with. So just like an easy to make rank 8 or an easy to make link 4 that just lets you see the next 4 cards of your deck, or it's kind of crazy, isn't it? I don't know. Isn't Zombie Vampire kind of a Heckahands card? I guess, but like at this point, like, are we really now not gonna ban Zombie Vampire because the tier 7 deck exists? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm not gonna remove it from here because people might want to play it in Hecka hands. Like, I don't care. This card needs to go because Mitsurugi. Anyways, Dracotail. All right, Drake. We got to talk about Dracotail, I guess, because the deck is top tier. And I think, funnily enough, I think Dracotail is probably the most polarizing deck in this discussion because it's like the one deck where I'm not sure if I want it to be hit, right? Like, and it's not because it's not powerful. It is powerful. Don't get me wrong. It is a powerful deck. But it's also, I just feel like, and I know this is subjective, but I just feel like if Dracotail is meta, I'm happy. If that's the deck I'm playing against, I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh is in a good spot. Like whenever I play against Dracotail, I'm like, yeah, no, that's cool. I like the type of game that we play right now. You know what I mean? And so, and I don't think I'm alone with that. I think that is a pretty widespread take. And the only counter argument is like, well, it's meta, so it needs to be hit, which is what some people think. I personally don't agree with this. I'm willing to settle on a compromise here that I think is pretty fair. Which is that, and I don't say this very often, but I think for Dracotail, I think it makes some sense for them to make use of the semi-limited section. I think putting Arthalion to 1 or putting K2 to 1 or putting Phimena to 1 is way too harsh, personally. I think one of those is too harsh. I simply think that's too much. Especially in the OCG where they put K2 to 1, I think that was criminal. The deck came back because of branded. But I don't know. I personally feel like it's too harsh. I think like I could see. So I included branded fusion in this discussion because I think that would be a good way to hit Dracotail, to get rid of branded fusion, like put branded fusion back to 1. I know that's not gonna happen because there's branded support coming up, so there's not gonna be a change to branded fusion. But I think it was worth mentioning. I think out of those 4 cards, Arthalion, Phimena, Rahu, and K2, here's my compromise, okay? Hear me out and let me know what you think, okay? Out of those 4 cards, I would like to see 2 semi-limits. I don't care which one. Make it Rahu and K2. Make it K2 and Phimena. Make it K2 and Arthalion. Make it Rahu. I don't care. Combine it any way you want. Okay? Combine any way you want 2 semi-limits out of those 4 cards, and I think we're good. What do we think of that? Is Arthalion to 2 even a deal? I mean, they play 3 for good reason, no? Like the third Arthalion comes up. It's a staple in every Dracotail list. So like the third Arthalion does matter. I think this, I would do this, I think. I think I would hit K2 Rahu to 2. I think that'd be cool if they did that. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair deal. I don't even think it needs to hit. I mean, I personally agree, but I do acknowledge the fact that, you know, we're going to take a look at the OCG Metagame Report in a second. And currently, I will say this much, okay? In the OCG right now, Dracotail, even with one Ketu, is the most represented deck after Burst Protocol because it's incorporating the new branded support pretty well. So branded Dracotail after Burst Protocol seems to be a pretty strong deck. And so I think hitting it a little bit is fair. I think it's fair. I do not think Dracotail should get away with completely no hits, especially because I'm hitting other stuff quite hard here, you know, in comparison. Like there's harder K9 hits on this list. Herald of the Arclight being banned is pretty big for Dracotail. Don't forget that. So I do not think Dracotail should get away completely unhit from this ban list. I personally. Yeah. All right. Next up, my favorite category in Banlist discussions since about a year now. Malice. Do I really have to argue whether we should hit Malice again? We all agree we should hit Malice again, right? I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one who thinks that Malice needs another hit. Like the freaking, it's still YCS Bologna together with K9 Vanquish Soul. The most popular deck in top 8 is Malice, while also being by far the oldest deck out of this top 8. It's a year old at this point, which is not giga old, but still, you know, it's the oldest deck compared to all of these others. And it's still putting up these numbers. And now is where the subjective part is coming, because all of that right now was objectively true. Subjectively, I also still think it has one of the most toxic play patterns in the format, but that is my opinion. But still, one of these two has to go. I don't care which one. I don't care if it's White Binder or Red Ransom, but one of them goes. I think we are at the point where that's the only option we have. They already got rid of all of the Cyber's extra deck slop like Splash Mage and Link Decoder, which was awesome. But one of them goes. I don't care which one. I really don't care. Genuinely, I know I would ban White Binder. I would ban White Binder, but I don't care if they do it the other way around. But just ban White Binder and call it a day, okay? Like, please, come on, man. And I'm not gonna. This is the one where I'm not gonna argue with you guys. I'm not gonna be like, yeah, does it need a hit or not? Yes, it needs a hit. Get rid of that shit. Okay. The only other meta deck I wanted to talk about was Lunalight, which I guess is... I'm not even sure if I think Lunalight needs a hit. I know that the win condition of the deck is very polarizing. A lot of people really hate it. But I'm not sure how I feel about it. I do think that Lunalight is kind of an interesting deck to have in the format sometimes, because it's like, it goes in and out of the format, and then it's like, do people respect it? Then it doesn't do well, but then people start respecting it, and so on. And like, it's sometimes an interesting meta call for people to make. The only interesting way to hit it, I think, is limiting Liger Dancer, because then you can only summon one. At the same time, some Lunalight players have told me that if you limit Liger, the deck is dead. Which I don't know if that's true, to be fair. I still feel like one of that card is really busted and really powerful. Banning Baguska is a good call as well. I don't know why I didn't put Baguska here. Banning Baguska is something that, like, I just have a gut feeling that Baguska is kind of going to be like Abyss Dweller, where it's going to be relevant every other format, and we're going to complain about it for some time until it eventually gets banned. Where like Dweller was printed in 2012, and we waited like, what, 12 years for it to go or some shit? With Baguska, I'm not sure how long we're going to have to wait. But also, I don't think it's fair to fix Lunalight by banning Baguska. Like, I don't know. I think Baguska is a bannable card outside of Lunalight. Like, just all things considered, I think like Baguska shouldn't exist. I agree. But also, I don't know if that's the deal, the big deal with Lunalight, because Lunalight usually wins with double Liger, not with Baguska. But yeah, I think Liger to 1 would be cool. I would like to see it. I'm not sure how likely it is, but yeah. Okay. Let me do one thing real quick before we talk about these next couple of cards. Okay, I'll just put them in the right position before I'm gonna talk to you guys about that. Okay, hold up. Nope. Oh, almost a disaster. Okay. These are the next couple of examples that I could think of, basically following these 7 in terms of the other cards that I think really should go. And I will simply order them in, I think in this order is how I would like them to go. I don't know. This is 7 more cards I would like to go. Oh, Anti-Spell too. I forgot Anti-Spell. But how likely is it? Okay. Barrier Statue of the Abyss, funnily enough, is, I think, relatively likely this time around, because Barrier Statue of the Abyss actually saw play as a replacement for the other barrier statues and Pachi in Mitsurugi. We saw Mitsurugi make Dragluxion to search 7th Tachyon and then 7th Tachyon. Oh, I keep saying Abyss. I don't know why I think this one's called Abyss. For some reason, Abyss, I relate it to water. But no, Torrent, of course. I always call this one Abyss. So, anyways. The water barrier statue is being played right now, so I hope it goes. Featherstorm and Different Dimension Ground are by far the most common thrust targets, and of the most obvious replacements for Dimensional Barrier. And I just think, like, I think with this previous ban list, we made a huge step towards a healthier future in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. And I think it would be a real shame if they don't finish the job, you know? Like, with this, it was basically, like, clear that they wanted to do something about the non-games that are happening. So in my mind, it's super logical to follow up with the cards that are replacing these cards right now. And in the current format, you know, the water barrier statue is replacing the other barrier statues. Featherstorm and Different Dimension Ground are replacing Dimensional Barrier. Eschatos is replacing Protoss. And these 3 continuous floodgates alongside Anti-Spell are also kind of replacing the barrier as just something that you have to hard draw, you know? And you can, of course, there's more cards like Different Dimension Ground or whatever, but like Dimensional Fissure, I mean. But these are I think these are the most outrageous ones at the moment. And so I really think it would be a shame to not follow up on this. Is this likely? No, but still, I'm not going to stop fighting the fight against floodgates. So I'm going to keep mentioning them on these banlist discussions until it hopefully happens. Like, I'm not going to stop talking about it just because they keep not doing it, you know? So, yeah. And here's Drollin Lockbird. And I don't know what to do with you, little guy, because I can see both sides of the argument, and it's honestly really annoying that we have to make this, that we have to keep arguing about this. I think 2 things are true at the moment, unfortunately, at the same time. Drollin Lockbird is one of the few tools that exists to keep some of the crazy combo decks in check, like Yami Mitsurugi, you know? Drollin Lockbird is being played for good reason at the moment, to counter some of these decks. At the same time, Drollin Lockbird is also, in my opinion, by far the least fun non-engine to play against in the format, because it is a floodgate, but it's not a floodgate like these cards. It's a floodgate that happens basically every game, because people are main decking it, and it works going first and going second. You know, like a freaking Harpy's Featherstorm, at least usually only happens once in a match if the opponent is playing it, because they're not going to have it in the main deck, and after siding, they're only going to do it when they go first. So it's only happening 1 out of 3 games. Droll and Lockbird happens potentially every game. Every game. You go first, you have to worry about Droll and Lockbird. Your opponent makes a board, you play into it, you have to worry about Droll and Lockbird. And so on and so forth. It just doesn't provide healthy gameplay, right? Because even the combo decks don't even have to really play around Droll and Lockbird much. I mean, there are some things, like activate prayers in your draw phase or whatever, sure. But for the most part, it's just like, make your first search, see if there's a Droll. If the answer is yes, well, you might be fucked. If the answer is no, well, then you can do whatever you want. And at this point, my opinion on this card is we should rip off the Band-Aid. Droll and Lockbird is a Band-Aid fix to decks that are doing too much. And I've kind of changed my mind, I think, in recent months and years. I know there's been Banlist updates where I said, like, keep it alive to keep certain decks in check. At this point, I don't care anymore. Get rid of it. And if there's decks that become problematic after, if there's no Droll to counter them, freaking hit those decks, okay? Like, if there is a deck that if you don't Droll and Lockbird it, auto wins the game, then I think that deck might be a problem and we should do something about it rather than keeping it in the game and saying like, oh, well, Droll exists, so it's fine. No, it's not fine, okay? It's not fine if the deck is only kept in check by Droll and Lockbird, and we should rip off this Band-Aid. I don't care. I don't care if it ruins a format or two if they ban Droll, but then it's the only way to finally force them to make healthier decks and banlist decisions is to ban this card, because it's not interesting. And that's how I feel. So overall, what you'll notice here, even though there's a lot of cards in the banned section, I'm actually quite happy with Yu-Gi-Oh at the moment. Because if you want to, if I needed to break down this banlist discussion, it's like, well, I would like the bridges between some of the top tier meta decks to go so they can't play Yami and Mitsurugi in the same deck, because pure Yami and pure Mitsu are both fine individually, but when you play them together, I think that's a problem. I would like a slight hit to Dracotail, K9, maybe Lunalight, and I want a Malice card to get banned, and then I want some Floodgates to get hit. But overall, I think this is a pretty tame ban list, and I think it's the result of a pretty good year for Yu-Gi-Oh! That I don't actually want that many fundamental changes to the decks at the moment. You know, like for the most part, I don't want the decks that people are playing at the moment to die. You know, most of the archetypes that they've made are pretty cool and pretty fun to play with and against. And so I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is in a good spot. Just get rid of some bridges and some floodgates, and I think we're golden for the most part, right? And make some room for some new decks out of the new packs, and then it's Gucci, I think. Well, yeah. Pendulum variants will go nuts. You think pendulum variants are only held back by Droll and Lockbird? Okay. Okay. Now that we have saved the TCG, before we hop into Master Duel, quick OCG Metagame Report, but before that, quick toilet break. I'll be right back with you. This won't take long, so we'll hop into Master Duel soon. All right, share stream over. OCG Metagame Report 6 and 7. Now, this is after Burst Protocol. And as we can see, they've got a pretty good spread over there in the OCG right now. We're going to take a closer look at some of the deck lists, but right now it is 19% Dracotail. Oh, it did say 6-7. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah, my bad. My bad. I did read it out loud. Okay. Yep. I have we calmed down? Almost. Okay. 19% Dracotail, which I believe is branded Dracotail because of the new Albaz support, but we're going to take a look at that in a second. I think they have an example list. 11% Yummy, 11% Malice, 9.6% Mitsurugi, 7% Sky Striker, 6% Radiant Typhoon. That's right, Radiant Typhoon is getting some support in Burst Protocol as well. I think a new Link monster. So interesting. Hopefully there's a list for that one, but 6%, I don't know if they include lists for that. We could go and search it maybe. We've got some branded, some Vanquish Soul, some Orchest, and some Odeon, and some others. Okay. Now, Dracotail breaks down 36 Dracotails, 28 branded. Yeah, the overwhelming majority is branded Dracotail. Which makes sense. Yummy, we have some mostly pure Yummy, some Fiendsmith Yummy, 4 Mitsu Yummy, and Tri-Brigade Yummy. I would assume that a deck like Mitsurugi Yummy is not as popular in the OCG because Maxi, which I guess gives us some foreshadowing for when Yummy eventually releases in Master Duel. You know, we're gonna have to see if Mitsu Yummy is actually a thing. But we got Malice. We got 18 Mitsurugi, which are pure Mitsu, Fiendsmith Mitsu, Ryziel Mitsu, Fiendsmith Ryziel Mitsu, the classic stuff. Some Sky Strikers, Radiant Typhoons. Okay, let's look at some deck lists. The branded package is a great boost to Dracotail, propelling Dracotail to the top. Do they play the new Dracotail fusion? They don't. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, the new Dracotail fusion did read kind of mediocre, but they are not even playing the new fusion for recycling. They're also not playing Dracotail Sting, which is pretty interesting. It doesn't add anything. Yeah, it's like it does give you recycling, so I thought maybe in the OCG, because they only have one Ketu, I was thinking maybe they would want to play the new fusion just to recycle it, but at the same time, like, usually you use Ketu on the first turn and then just put it back with the first trap card, I guess. But yeah, let's take a look at some of this stuff. A combo opening with Branded Fusion is as follows. 18 steps. Okay. Branded Fusion, Fallen of the White Dragon from deck plus Frixel from deck makes Albion the Branded Dragon. Frixel's effect sets K2. K2, add Lucius. Normal summon Lucius, add Phimena. Phimena effect, fuse Albion and Lucius into Secretarion. Lucius, set Rahu. Secretarion effect, special Frixel from the grave. Place Albion the Branded Dragon from the grave to the bottom of the deck. Frixel's effect, special Phimena from grave, return Phimena to the hand. Rahu effect, fuse Phimena and Urgula into Arthalion. Phimena effect sets Flame. Urgula sets Horn. Arthalion adds Fallen of the White from grave to hand. Fallen of the White, send Albion from extra deck to grave to special summon itself. Fallen of White, special Incredible Ecclesia from deck. Fallen of White plus Arthalion make Alba Lenatus. Urgula, place itself to the bottom, add Phimena. End phase, get Fallen of the Virtues. Okay, so one branded fusion makes 2 Dracotail traps, the Fallen at the Virtuous, Phimena in hand, and your board is Incredible Ecclesia on the field, which can tag out into something on the opponent's turn. Does Incredible Ecclesia summons Albaz too, right? Oh, the end. They have a summary down there. Okay, I was trying to do it in my head. Yeah, Secretarion, Horn, Flame, Fallen into Virtuous, Phimena in hand, and Virtuous to summon Albaz. Yeah, okay, yeah. Right. That's a lot from one branded fusion. Alternatively, Fallen of the White Dragon is also a starter, as it can bring out Blazing Cartesia via Ecclesia of the Black Dragon effect, providing access to a fusion summon. A combo opening with Fallen of the White Dragon and Lucius is as follows. Normal summon Lucius, add 5 mana. Fallen of the White Dragon, special it by sending Albion. Fallen, special it, the Ecclesia of the Black Dragon, banish itself, summon Cartesia from deck, and then just Cartesia use... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, yeah, this seems like branded Dracotail, the DLC, right? It seems very similar to the TCG version of branded Dracotail, but the new Albaz just upgrades it, you know, which is pretty cool, I think. The new Albaz is pretty strong here, and it's kind of funny to me because I guess it's kind of what I've been saying from the get-go, because actual branded didn't really benefit that much from the new stuff, right? The pure branded is only sitting at 3% in the OCG right now. I mean, maybe it's going to increase at some point in the future, but the new branded support, I think, really wants you to play branded in different ways, like branded Dracotail, where you actually, you know, don't care about branded fusion that much, where the Fallen of White is actually just like a solid card because it gets you into a way to fusion summon with the Dracotail cards. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool. And it's not really branded. It's more like branded Dracotail. Anything new in Yummy? Okay, Yummy is doing Borreload Savage with Cupid Pitch now. What does Cupid Pitch search? Do you just search a Charmy? I know Cupid Pitch can search Charmies, but what's the point? Nib? I don't think Cupid Pitch can search Nib. Can it? I think Cupid Pitch says like level 10 or lower or something. Or level 8 or lower. There's something, there's level 8 or lower, yeah. It's Marshmallow? Oh, yeah, Marshmallow does have 6. Okay, obviously. Okay, yeah. So Cookie into Snatchy. Snatchy plays Minion. Minion revive. Make Cupsy. Cupsy add Cupsy and Marshmallow. Special Cupsy add Surprise. Marshmallow special itself. Make Sorrow Cat. Make Camellia send Hornet Drones. Make Kagari add Hornet Drones. Special a token. Make Herald of the Arclight. Wait, what is this line? Why are we going through Camellia and Kagari? During the opponent's turn, Lollipo, Snatchy and Yummy, Akroki. Okay, so it gives you a link too for Savage, yeah. So that's why you're going through the Camellia thing, because on the opponent's turn you're trying to make Savage with Cupid Pitch. Okay. Tatsunoko and Lollipo from hand make Cupid. Okay, dude. I guess. 35 actions. I mean, that's, to be fair though, that's kind of Yummy for you. Yummy goes through a lot of steps to basically do very little. Oh yeah. They're playing Forbidden Crown here, which I think is cool. That's kind of awesome. I like that card. Ah, Malice. I mean, there's not much to say about Malice. Do I really have to mention every time we look at the OCG metagame report how crazy it is, how unhit this deck is? Like, look at this freaking extra deck. Link Decoder, Splash Mage, all of the Malice extra deck names. It's insane. All of it is legal. 3 Underground, 3 White Rabbit. Jessie Cat is also at 3, but they only play 1 because, you know, I guess they got too many good cards to play. Yeah, at least SP is limited. True. Pure Mitsu, based deck. Okay, no Radiant Typhoon. Oh yeah. I mean, by all means, looking at the OCG metagame report here, I guess I should say that it could be worse. Looking at their ban list and then looking at this metagame breakdown, it's like it probably should be worse, but it's not. Alright, I guess somehow with all of their decks being all of these crazy cards being allowed, people still choose to play Dracotail and Yummy, which is good. But yeah. Malice got hit harder in Master Duel than OCG. Malice got I am so happy about the way, like, of course, in the beginning, I was super frustrated with Malice and Master Duel because of how busted it was. But I think Master Duel really showed that they are capable of hitting the deck properly and hard. Which makes me question why it's not happening in the OCG. I mean, I know it's probably different departments who handle this, but it's still wild to me. Lancia in everyone's side deck? I mean, probably, yeah. There's Lancia. There's Lancia. There's Lancia. And there's Lancia, yeah, of course. When they average 10k players, of course they'll do it. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, it was pretty obvious that people were tired of Malice in Master Duel, but don't you think, like, you would make the step, like, in your head of like, oh, people really don't like this deck in Master Duel. It is hurting our player numbers. Maybe we should also do something about it in the physical version of the game because it's even more powerful there. That's what's confusing me. I'm like, I understand why they hit it in Master Duel. Like, you don't have to tell me twice that the deck was obnoxious in Master Duel. Like, I understand, I agree. But if people are so tired of it, then maybe also hit it in the OCG. I don't know. It's very hard for me to grasp the perspective of OCG players on this sort of stuff, because I always look at this stuff from, like, my subjective perspective and also just, like, from a very Western perspective, where if a deck is too powerful and too broken, I just want it to be hit, and if I don't enjoy the play pattern of a deck, I want it to be hit. And apparently that's not always what all of the OCG players care about. At least if I remember correctly, I think Sunny said in one of the videos that we watched, where it's like, okay, OCG players sometimes only really care about the artwork. Like, for example, Who Won the Rees was a very popular deck there just because the birds looked cute. And it's like, well, okay, I don't care about that. If the deck's toxic, then I want it to get hit. I just care about how it plays and not how it looks. And apparently that's one of the reasons why Malice isn't hit as hard in the OCG. It's just because, you know, they like the artworks. And I'm like, oh, come on, man. Is that really a good reason to have a deck this broken exist in this power level? Like, come on. They can still like the artworks if the deck is dead, you know, is what I say to that. They can still friggin' enjoy the artworks of Whitebinder when it's banned. I'm not stopping you from looking at it. Just don't look at it during an official tournament because I want it to be banned. Okay. We should play some Yu-Gi-Oh, I feel like. Now, unfortunately, we can't play with Dracotail in Master Duel yet, but what we can do is we can talk about some options for the upcoming Duelist Cup. Outside of Dracotail, of course. So, oh, I get Jimmy's. Did Josh talk about the last pack yet? This one? I mean, I don't think I did, no. Because I didn't even know during one of the Challenger Cups last weekend, I learned that the White Force support was in here. I wasn't aware. So it is an interesting pack, I suppose. I thought it was going to be worse than this, to be fair. I don't remember exactly what they announced it with. I think they announced it with like the Psychic Blaster and Azamina as like one of the covers of the announcement, and I was like, okay, well, that's not that important. But there's actually some stuff in here. Trapaholic is something that we are definitely going to experiment with at some point, because it's awesome in Paleo, but it's been established that it's not that as good of a card, but I really like it. So eventually we're gonna enjoy some Paleo with that card for sure. White Forest. I do think White Forest is a scary deck in best of one. It suffers a lot from Droll Lockbird and Max C, I think. So I guess we'll see how popular it is going to be in Master Duel. Yeah, we'll see. It makes a powerful end board though. We're gonna see some White Forest gaming tomorrow, actually, because one thing we're doing tomorrow towards the end of the stream is we're gonna have a remote duel guest on stream. It's gonna be Roselle. If you remember Roselle, she topped Worlds with Sky Striker, and she also topped YCS Bologna with White Forest. And she asked me if I wanted to do a remote duel of my YCS Bologna Vanquish Soul deck against her YCS Bologna White Forest deck. And I was like, sure, why not? To be fair, I think it's gonna be a K9 combo deck against White Forest. I think the dice roll may or may not be very important tomorrow, but I was like, sure, why not? Let's have a showcase. Yeah, but we'll potentially see some White Forest tomorrow then. But yeah. Other than that, unfortunately, I think outside of White Forest, this pack it brings a couple of fun cards, but it doesn't really bring anything super giga relevant. Like the Psychic stuff is fun, but not that good. White Forest is pretty strong. Trapaholic is pretty fun. And this card actually is kind of a sleeper card, I think. I think this card is interesting. I think Delta of Invitation, there's a combo where Delta of Invitation gives you a Varudras without searching your deck. So I've seen some people use that to do that. Delta is not new. No, but you need this for that combo, is why I'm saying. Like, Delta is an interesting card because it's related to the Fallen Angel of the Golden Land. I think that combo needed that card, if I remember correctly. The combo with Delta of Invitation to make Varudras is with this card. So, yeah. Okay, so before we can play Dracotail, there's a couple of things what I want to do this month. We're gonna play more Master Duel this month, and there's a couple of decks that I currently consider options for the Duelist Cup, and I want to find out which one is how good exactly, right? I one thing that's definitely an option for me and is pretty high up on the list is Pure Mitsurugi. I'm a big fan of Pure Mitsurugi, as you guys know. So there is a chance that, like, well, it's probably something I want to mess around with and just see how good it can be. I'm a big fan of Pure Mitsu. I'm also a big fan of Sky Striker, and I think this might be copium, but I do think Sky Striker, like, this month is going to be pretty good for Sky Striker in Master Duel because Malice receiving a hit is pretty good for it because Malice was a really hard matchup, as well as Dracotail being a pretty good matchup. So I think Sky Striker is an option. But Sky Striker I don't want to play today because there's no point in queuing Sky Striker into Malice at its current power level, right? Gonna try getting some Gem Knight knowledge to prep. Absolutely. We're probably gonna have different days that I'm just gonna dedicate to different decks where I'm gonna need, because I haven't been as active in Master Duel recently, as you guys know. There's a couple of decks that were way more popular in Master Duel than they were in the physical trading card game, and Gem Knight is one of those decks. I'm familiar with the Gem Knight cards. You know, I know what they do, but I haven't played the deck myself yet in Master Duel much. So we're gonna have a day where we just take a look at Gem Knight, probably post Banlist as well. And also Lunalight. Lunalight, I think it'd be foolish to completely ignore Lunalight for the Duelist Cup, you know? Orchist, White Forest, like for all of those decks, we're probably gonna have days where I just try them on stream. For today, because there's not as much time left, I think we're just gonna play some Pure Mitsurugi to start, because that's a deck I don't need to really learn. I'm familiar with that one. All right, new season. Let's go. This is currently what I've been using in terms of Mitsurugi. I've been using 3 Aramasa for consistency because Pot of Extravagance is limited. I've bricked occasionally with this deck, but I think it's fine consistency-wise. Non-engine, I would maybe like to have a second droll depending on the format. Currently, I just have 1 as a target for crossout, but I also don't really know what I would take out for a second droll, so I think it's fine the way it is. Euristia, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome back. Have you seen the Azamina trap builds? They kind of play like combo-ish paleo. I haven't seen that. That sounds like a fun thing to try as well. If you want, you can send me a link to that, like in my Discord. Just drop it in like Master Duel, the Master Duel channels, and I'll take a look at it. All right, this hand slaps. With this, I like starting with Habakiri because it checks for Ash Blossom, and then if they Ash it, I have pre-prep to just punish that. Into Droll and Lockbird. This hand is not ideal. See, Ash there, nice. Goodbye. And that was a very Master Duel game. The funny thing is that game would have probably been a lot better if they just didn't do the hand trap mini game against me. Like if they just let me make my pure Mitsu board and play into it with 6 cards, probably would have been a better game, but Maxi and Ash Blossom, am I right? King Rice, thank you for the first time prime. Ooh, nice hand. They're playing a 60 card deck, so odds are not bad that the Charmy resolves. What even are you? Add a volcanic card from your deck to your hand, except Volcanic Trooper. Sure. Volcanic Shell. Play Mitsu Exodia. You can search Exodia with one Habakiri. See, the funny thing is, I believe you. But no, thank you. The favorite type of deck to brick against for me. Nice. Oh, please. Oh my god, dude. Oh, it hurt. Okay. Is this worth Called by the Graving? I have no idea how dangerous the volcanic cards are. Right? I'm gonna let it go through because I kind of want my opponent to make the token because that's 2 summons for Nib. But maybe that was a mistake. That's not good. Oh, of course, you play multiple of the trap. Yeah, why not? I just died to this, I think. The trap just kills me, doesn't it? Yeah, nice. Awesome. Ah, and now we unbreak. Sick. Alright, Volcanic actually wins games of Yu-Gi-Oh! If the opponent just does not partake. You heard it here first. Just took him 5 turns. Play 3 rituals. I'm playing 3 rituals! Thank God we resolved. Will Dracotail be the next top deck? I mean, it's definitely gonna be good. I don't know if it's like it's not like uncontested best deck in the format. I don't think so, but it's gonna be good. Is it worth adding a Fiendsmith package to make Mitsu more flexible? I don't hate it, but I've made the experience that as long as I can play the game with my Mitsu deck, then it's good enough. So I focused it on consistency cards and non-engine. Okay. Ideally, to play around Nibiru the best, I would just not tribute this Futsu ever. But then... Are deck doctors still planned? Yes. We're probably going to have 2 deck doctors this month. One for Master Duel, one for TCG. There's a lot of things planned this month. I think it's I'm very excited if you couldn't tell that I don't have as many things. Like, I'm not traveling much and stuff. I can just focus more on content this month. What's Deck Doctor? Well, where my subscribers sent me their decks and I tell them what I think about them. How hard are you gonna roast my deck? Depends. What is your deck? It is a hero deck. So they were not lying. Yeah, I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I think they probably lost as soon as I searched the Nibiru. Funnily enough. Is it just Twitch subs? No. But I do give the way it usually goes is I give priority to Twitch subs and like my patrons and stuff and YouTube members, and we just have so many decks already that it's usually that's all I can manage to do. I let everyone submit, but I don't always get to every single list just because how many there are. But usually it doesn't matter because there's only so many different decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'll probably talk about your deck at some point, even if it's not your exact deck list. Vion, huh? They did search a Liquid Soldier. This card for me. Well, that was a bad discard for me. Add a hero monster from your deck to your hand. Okay. A dusted gold. So yeah, fine. Did I miss the TCG discussion? You did. But it'll be uploaded, don't worry. Just some nerd. Thank you for the 22 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Does White Forest with the new support make it a contender for Duelist Cup? Contender, yes. Top contender, probably not. But if you wanted to, you could play it, I think. It depends what you're trying to do with it, right? Are you trying to win the Duelist Cup? Then I would say unlikely. Okay, they hard drew Poly. So they have they have the freaking Liquid Soldier in hand, which is draw 2, discard 1. They have the Dark Contact thingy in hand. Can they fuse into something super terrible for me? I don't think so. Maybe that's moments before disaster, but I don't think so. Add a favorite. Draw 2, discard 1. Did you guess how many URs Dracotail will have? No, but I'll now that you say it, I guess I'll guess 4. I think Arthalion is Ultra. I think Phimena is Ultra. 1 or both of the spells, I guess. And maybe Lucius? Like 4 or 5, probably. Fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck, but must be summoned with Dark Fusion by shuffling its materials. Okay, how bad is this for me? Oh, cool. I can't... Dude, clicking related cards, man, on heroes is a pain. Malicious Bane or Neos Lord. Is there anything that I can't negate with... Ah, it's summon number 5. Who cares? Make it. Make your summon. Make your summon. It's a hero monster. Cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Destroy all monsters with less attack. Sure. What is happening? Dark Law! Okay. Just because I can. Screw you. Screw Dark Law. We say no to floodgates around here. Bro, leave me alone, man! I still have Nib. Okay, thank you. I would have nipped myself. I would have nipped myself, I swear. I was about to nip myself. Have I gone first every time so far? I feel like I have. Are you gonna try any aircraft? I am going to try all 3 of the new deck building archetypes. At least that's the plan. Could have started with Ritual from deck, maybe. I think they had Ash, but they held it. I'll grab this. Do you own Red Nova? I do, yeah. Does this deck have a response against Liger besides Vosu? You can out Liger with theoretically Dugaris, making a big Murakumo. It's hard though. It is hard. Oh, I already have Nib in hand. I almost made Gallon Granite. Do you think Red Dragon Archfiend can make Master 1? Yes, I think so. That was a pretty good Dugaris, I'm not gonna lie. Now, I don't need to play around Nib. My hand's broken even if I get nibbed. Prayers, purification, Magatama. Any projects for next year? I haven't really had much time yet to think about next year. But I probably will at some point in December, and then I'll let you know. I was planning on making a video towards the end of the year on my plans for next year, but I don't know what those plans are yet. As a Memento enjoyer, could I take that deck into a Duelist Cup? Yes. The question is, what are you trying to achieve with it? Like, you can definitely make it to stage 2 and then do decent in stage 2. I don't think if you're going to be able to like win a Duelist Cup or top 10 a Duelist Cup with it. Droplet for 1? Sure, man. There was no Maxi in the game, Memento would be an interesting deck. I mean, Maxi is not in the TCG, and Memento is just like okay, but yeah. Okay. I'll allow it. Yeah, they could have ogred the Masquerena, but... Oh, it's Orchist Fiendsmith. Okay. I mean, I guess from their perspective, they don't know I have Nib. Thank you, Coolord. I mean, they are quite literally checkmated. They don't have enough cards. I wonder what they're playing Ghost Ogre for. Like, genuine question. Is Ghost Ogre good at the moment? One of Underground? That is a very... That is... I'll give you that. One of Underground is the funniest answer. You have found the funniest answer. Not the best answer, but the funniest. Ogre doesn't work on Underground. What? That was the joke. Yes, that's why it was the funniest answer, because it could not possibly be correct. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I was distracted. I thought I negated the Harpor, but I negated the Galatea in the graveyard, but I don't think it matters. But it's very honorable of them to still try. How does it feel to have an 8-card hand? Pretty good. Is Kali Yuga banned in TCG? No, I don't think it is. I mean, if I had searched Nibiru with Granite, they probably would have left already. They didn't know it was there. Because from their perspective, I actually messed up with the negating the Galatea Eye instead of the Harpor. But yeah, without the nib, I still win. But do you think they should ban Phimena? No, I personally don't think that. Badge. I guess we don't get cross-outed on Ash. And we hope that's good enough. Maybe it is. It was not. They need to ban Kolpa and Crossout. I mean, I agree with you. I think to this day, it's still pretty crazy that they made those cards even when Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, notoriously, the one bad image that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has is like the player going first, doing some crazy long combos and stuff like that. And then they make cards that further promote exactly that. I don't know. So, once again, it's a similar... It's the exact same situation, but the other way around from earlier, where... Oh, they can still normal summon. They're probably about to Pachi me or something. Yeah, okay, that's a problem. So what I was about to say was, if I didn't engage or have to engage in the hand trap minigame, this could have been a fine game going second if I just had more cards in hand, which is the problem with the hand trap minigame. But at the same time, now that they're bridging Mitsurugi into Raziel, it's probably a Jover no matter what, because that deck end board is way too powerful. Did everyone save their Alt Art Appaloosa to exchange it? I saved it, but I think if I remember correctly, they said even the people that did accidentally dismantle it, I think they still get the thing. I think I remember seeing a notification about that in the game, but that might be wrong. If you dusted it, you can spend 30 UR dust for the thing. Ah, okay. Right. Okay. So basically, as if you had not dismantled it. And also, remind me, what is the thing? What do you get? Oh my god, bro. What are you doing? Just search nib as if you need that. You get a ticket to exchange for any other alt art. Okay, that's nice. That's fair, I think. So, and what if you have a royal Appaloosa? Can you get a royal other alt art? Ooh. That's pretty broken. Which are you getting? So I'm thinking about getting an IP Masquerena because I have one alt art IP Masquerena, but especially in Mitsu, I've sometimes wanted to play two, and it kind of bothered me that I didn't have two of the alt art. Or I could also get a Diabel star because I have two alt art Diabel stars from the bundle. I pulled two in one bundle, which was kind of lucky, but I don't want to go for the third. I don't want to hunt the third one, so maybe I'll get that one. Okay, this hand is good. Now, do I try to bait hand traps? Or do I play around Droll? Because I think I start with this. Do you have alt art Bell? I think so. I think I do, yeah. I don't know if I have three though. My music has been stolen. Okay, prayers. Magatama. This back. Ah, it's back. Okay. Is it worth playing Wosu and Mitsu? I don't play it right now. I don't think it's necessary. I don't really play against much Lunalight. If you are facing Lunalight, then yes, but I haven't really run into any. So I just decided not to. Sky Striker. Okay. I'm down. Could be a good game. What's good against Dracotail? Ghost Bell is pretty good. I think Ghost Bell is going to be a strong card after it releases because Ghost Bell is also good against Mitsurugi and it's also good against Malice if people still play that. Retaliating Sea is good too, but Retaliating Sea is less good against other decks, so it's going to be more of a gamble with it, but... You drew Rose. Kick W, man. Goodbye. Now Thrust is live. Sure. So that's fine, I think. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. Now what? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I'm guessing they just didn't find access to Engage. Otherwise, that would have been a pretty interesting match if they then had like Engage or Talents. But seems like their hand was pretty mid. Ideally, between today and tomorrow, I'm trying to hit Master 1 before the Dracotail pack comes out so we can have the maximum amount of practice before the Duelist Cup. Okay, Dead Hand going first. Thank God we're going second. Okay. Now this is a Mitsurugi mirror match. Okay, why did I not get a response? I was on auto. Oh, because I can't fuwa. Oh, my, I impulse. Yeah. Well, that's bad. Nightmare Goblin. Is this game? Probably not, right? I mean, it's gonna have a counter trap for my currently unplayable hand, but if I draw prayers, we're good. I mean, we probably just die here, but Typhon bounce itself? I mean, I could have done that if my Fuwa wasn't under impulse, but no. They play... Maybe they only play one ritual spell, but then they can still... It's probably game. Maybe it's a small Mitsu package and this does less than I think it does. Let's wait. Like if okay, prayers, sure. Yeah. That's not the worst yet. Tribute Aramasa is also not a problem. Ah, they play Kusanagi. Okay. That's... Yeah, I mean, it's a common trend you'll see today, I guess, is that the Mitsurugi deck is gonna look very strong unless the times where you don't have a play. Like, so far, we've lost... The only 2 times we've lost today was when... Actually, we've lost one more against Mitsuraizu going second, but we've lost 2 other games where it was just no play for like 5 turns. So, that, yeah. Which is the, I think the scariest part about this deck is when that happens. Okay, this is worrying. Maybe I should have done this differently. Fine, I'll just draw pre-prep, no problem. Does your list play Code Igniter? I believe at the moment I don't, but you definitely could. Maybe even should. Did you dust your Royal Memento deck? No, of course not. Of course not. When do you make Photon Lord? I make it very rarely. Yeah, it's basically when you have everything and you want to play around in Nibiru a little bit. Pretty annoying, but not the worst. Ah, my friend. If that's the worst card in their hand, then maybe it is concerning. Maybe it is concerning if that's the worst card in their hand. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Okay. No, actually, you know what? It doesn't mean anything because of impulse. That's why. They discarded. Yeah. Okay. So, here's the thing. Technically, the best possible end board with the most disruptions here is if I make IP Masquerena, and then I go activate prayers on their turn after they summon, bring back Murakumo, wipe the board, and then I can go IP plus Murakumo into SP. Or Dynamondo. Which is the most amount of disruptions, but it dies too. If they top deck Ash, I have 0 disruption. I mean, I have Nib Lockbird, but I also have no follow-up. The safer play is to just set prayers and pass, because I'm gonna have Droll Nib plus prayers tribute Murakumo to Raigeki plus force a discard, which is realistically, if it is Malice, which I think it is fine. Don't you think you have Dynamondo? Oh, I banished both Dynamondos. Right. Okay, fair enough. No Dynamondo. But IP into SP I would have. I think this is more... I think this is better, though. Icentrix, thank you for the 43 months. That's a very long time. I appreciate you. Also, yes. I mean, yeah, I agree. I don't think I will Droll, because that's going to just hurt my own follow-up. Discard backup. Okay. Discard backup is kind of scary. Didn't know your sub sounds work. I fixed it yesterday because I promised it last week before I left. I said when I come back, I'll have it fixed. So I uninstalled OBS and set everything up from scratch yesterday. And so far, you know, fingers crossed, so far it's been working. So yes, the sub sounds and text to speech and stuff is back, hopefully. Can you test the remix? Hold up. See? No crunch. Clean. See, it's working again. I fixed it. Next person go? Nah. We don't do that anymore. Your max sub badge is for 1.5 years. That is also something I've been wanting to fix over the course of the holidays, yeah. I kind of like, it's kind of like a matter of, I kind of just did sub badges at the very start, and when I made them, I was like, I didn't know I was gonna get that far, you know? It was like, oh, okay. I didn't think I was gonna... What is happening to me? And now we just hope the Nibiru does something. I have no idea. They will have an Omni Negate now, so it's kind of useless, I think. Right? They have the Hollow Core now. Oh, awesome. 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 I was worried they didn't have Block Dragon in hand yet. That's nice. Shouldn't have lost that coin toss. Between just bricking and playing against stuff like that and going second, we haven't been climbing much. If anything, it's kind of concerning. So this is a little risky. If you want to play around Dominus Impulse, you should add Habakiri here. Maybe this is greedy. Because if I get impulsed on this now, I just pass. Negating their max heat while having one yourself. Now's your time to have fun. Yeah, I guess. Are you considering shifter? That would depend on the format. I would only play shifter in this deck if like a lot of decks in the format die to it. Like while Malice is a thing right now, I don't think it's worth it. But once Malice, like once Ransom is banned, and then we get what's it called? Dracotail, then I could see it. What about Odeon? Odeon does not care about shifter, if that's your question. Okay, we're not gonna have Futsu on this board, but it's okay. Because we drew the Futsu, which made it a little bit weirder, but alright. Is Odeon a floodgate deck? Not really. I guess it's a trap deck, so you could just play floodgates in it, but I fundamentally no. It doesn't really have great synergy with floodgates. Like, you can play them in it, but that's about it. Odeon still feels like... Yeah, Odeon feels like a combo deck with some purple cards in it. See if they have a good discard for this as well. This could be Orcust Fiendsmith. Shiyama, okay. It's actually Unchained? Okay. This engraver is not nearly as threatening as the first one because it cannot be equipped with Requiem again. So, yeah. This basically does nothing on its own. Not even strong enough to attack over the SP. Booyah! Okay. Negate its effects and if you do special summon this card. So if I chain SP... then they don't even get the summon. Which seems pretty brutal. Set 1 for Shiyama, sure. Okay. Cross out Designator. It's like the games where I have Max C behind the board, I always feel like I don't even need it. I would prefer to not play with it if I could. Mayrich, thank you for the 23 months. I don't think I posted my Genesys Necros list. I know I posted it on Patreon. Because I post all my deck lists on Patreon. But I can post it on the Genesys section of my Discord later. Add a gem monster from your deck to your... I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm just ashing this and hoping that they stop. Okay, well, we're gonna have to sit through a Fiendsmith combo here. But that is potentially beatable depending on what that turns into in a Gem Knight deck. Can you, I forget, can you bridge... Oh, you can, right? Sprite Sprint, if they play that. There were bridges from Fiendsmith into that. Ah. Yeah. So, is it correct to Ash Dispersion, or should I wait for them to add and then normal summon like Nepirim and then Ash that? Just Ash Dispersion? Okay. Yeah. If Ash is your only interruption, it's correct. I mean, that's how I always feel when I have one Ash Blossom against these combo decks. It's like, ultimately, it doesn't matter that much, right? They either have a hand that has one play, or they cook you anyways, most of the time. Did you look at the new trains yet? I did. I did look at them. They seemed decent. With my limited knowledge of heavy of Earth Machine. I mean, I know the cards for the most part. So I'm like pretty sure that the support is strong. But I also I did say I don't think it's like top tier meta level strong, but it seemed decent. Did you look at the new Pokemon reveal yet? No. What did they reveal? I haven't cooked anything up yet, but I could have just gotten the Switchyard Searcher and I'd have been happy. I mean, that just seems like the best card out of the bunch. Like this card itself to search the field spell, then revive 2 from the grave. That seems pretty nice. Do you need Dragon Mate to play Dracotails? No. Absolutely not. You're probably better off not playing Dragon Mate. Isn't it more important if a deck is fun rather than strong? I mean, I guess, but in an ideal world, a deck is both. Mind showing the deck real quick? I'm always scared of doing this because I might click surrender instead, but here you go. What about Branded in Dracotail? Branded is good in Dracotail, but in Master Duel, because we don't have the Fallen and the Virtuous yet, I think you can do it with and without Branded. I'm not sure which one is going to be the better version, because there's also a version with Magistus, because Spenta is in Master Duel, so you might play that. Master Duel has Verte. Yeah, Verte could also be an option. In this case, hitting surrender is not a mistake. Okay, fair enough. I do want to see what they do here. I have a feeling here I'm not gonna like it, but I guess we'll see. Because so far they haven't accessed Christia yet, so maybe it's just gonna be a strong end board. Fingers crossed that I can play into. Oh, never mind. I think that summons Diviner, and that can send the Christia. Right? They go Diviner, send Ava, and then on my turn, they bring the Diviner back with Elf or something. Or just send Christia now. Wait, Nepirim? Okay. That's weird. Ava in hand, maybe. I mean, they didn't have other fairies in the grave because this Nepirim is chilling on the board. So maybe that's why? I have no idea, man. Hey, but so far, it might be playable. It's still pretty strong, and I only have 4 cards in hand, about to be 5. And at the moment, I would really need to top deck a Mitsurugi monster. Okay, nice. Step 1. I wanted to do this in draw phase. For whatever reason, my left click didn't register, which is kind of sad. They have Droll, especially. Okay, I didn't get Drolled. That would have been max cringe. It's Ava, not Christia. But that does not help me. Because that Herald of Green Light messes me up. Maybe they're testing, yeah. Maybe they're testing for when Christia is banned, but no. Oh well. This was breakable with a better hand? It was. Yeah, this was not like... I mean, without Christia, it's not that toxic. Definitely. It's still a lot more than what one Fiendsmith card should do, probably, but... different topic. Oh, God. Master Duel is a rotation of banned TCG cards? Yes. It's getting better, but I still think it's pretty far from what the TCG is currently. Do you think this just decks me out? If I mean, I have a Droll in the deck, so whatever. I'll try. They might attempt it, but I have Droll in the deck. Only one, but... Who will return cards back? Only if they have to pass. If they can deck me out during their turn, then that doesn't matter. Oh, okay. You're a scared little combo, Andy. I see. Okay, sure. Oh, I should have summoned from hand. This confuses me sometimes that the deck effect is the one on the left, which makes sense because of how the card is worded. They could have held Bell, but I would have chain blocked the Murakumo, but they should have held Bell. Unless they have another way to stop the attack now, but I don't think they will. Okay, what kind of slop was it? Let me see what kind of flavor of slop you were cooking. Oh, just pure slop. Okay. A little bit of Adamantipator in there with a little block dragon. Mmm. Yummy. Ooh, the Maxi Droll Dilemma. But I guess better have both than none of them. Well, against that deck, I definitely want the Maxi. Cool. That was the worst case scenario. Was it's a deck that only Maxi is good against and Droll is not, and they have an answer to Maxi, which is exactly what happened, unfortunately. And I guess I'll use it, but I don't even know. I don't think it matters, but it does matter if they play Mitsurugi, so I'll just use it. It could be Orchist Mitsu. How good is the Orchist matchup against Dracotail? Orchist against Dracotail sounds like a very fun matchup. That is probably not very one-sided. Like, it's probably pretty equal. Like, Orchist getting to play Dominus Impulse is really good, for example. No, not my token! Oh my god. Thank god I rolled, I guess. So what was the point of this? Underdraw? Nothing. Just use the once per duel effect. Okay. Okay, Babel, Habakiri, one unknown. You're late to the party, Impulse. This is beatable if I had plays, but if they crescendo this, then it's done. What are they holding crescendo for? Look, guys, they can't see my hand. They don't know my hand was completely dead if they negate the extravagance. From their perspective, it might look like if I already have Habakiri and they crescendo the extravagance, I just cook, I think is what they were thinking. Okay. So they're taking my Futsu now. Which is not bad. But, okay. Have to do that. Oh, mirror is once per turn. Oh, it's use. I thought it was activate. Oh, it's use. Oh, my bad, dude. Shit. I thought it was activate. It's use. Shit. If I take ritual there, it's actually winnable. Oh, that's my bad. That's my bad. So, oh god, if I activate ritual, I guess it depends because my entire plan depends on the fact that they don't know I don't have ritual monsters in hand. So in order to resolve mirror or even ritual, I need to tribute those two from the field, right? So it's either way, it's pretty difficult to win here because even if this is ritual spell, I can summon a Murakumo from my deck by tributing those two, but I have like basically no follow-up, so it's probably still losing, but I thought I could activate mirror. I mean, I guess I do this, but they just send it, right? They just send it with Ningirsu. What if we set Purification and Exiton? I mean, I can't Exiton because I had to impulse the IP Masquerena because I needed those bodies. Ah, if this was ritual. I can't draw because Extrav. Why are we still going? What's the plan? I probably nothing. I probably just lose. This sends skeleton and then they summon the Girsu. I mean, we got a lot further than we should have probably because we had one playable card in hand and they had Crescendo. So it could have ended much quicker. And I also don't think if I add back Ritual, I win. Because I have to tribute both bodies from the board and then I have just the Murakumo. But, yeah. Oh, nice. Mirror plus pre-prep. This hand is nothing if my Saji gets stopped. Okay, so far so good. Once again, this could have been Habakiri, Murakumo. But if it is Murakumo, then I lose to Impulse. So I wanted to have a way around that. Okay. Nib search is worth. Nib search. I don't know. It could be, but not against trap tricks. I don't know if it's trap tricks necessarily. Just because they have trap trick sleeves. I think it's okay. I would feel more comfortable if we had a little more non-engine. Maybe this should have been a Magatama. It's not trap pixie. Always free extension, man. Let's go, Lorcan. Nice. Thank you for the Prime. Welcome back. Anyone else forget to cancel their Amazon Prime subscription after Black Friday? I got an idea of what you can do with it. Do they play Caesar? They probably do, right? Not cold. Thank you for the 7 month. This should maybe be in defense mode because it's Orcus. But they might take it and kill me with it. It's not unlikely. I kind of clicked that too fast. It might not matter because I might lose regardless. Because they haven't normal summoned yet and they already have, you know, everything basically. Should have searched Nib. Against that deck, yes. If I had known it was this deck, I would have searched Nib. For sure, yeah. I guess it is pretty common right now. Maybe I should have. Which deck would you have not searched Nib against? Against decks that have Impulse, I'm not sure if it's worth it. Because you just give them a really strong Impulse target. I get even then, probably worth. Because Impulse is good regardless. I don't know. Probably best let them get Caesar on board, let them pop off since we could protect Mura with the trap. No, that would have instantly lost. Because I was playing around I had to negate the Ash Blossom with the trap card. Can they OTK though? Probably. And I think if they will, then it's probably my own fault for summoning the Murakumo in attack mode. If this is in defense mode, I feel better about my chances of surviving here. Mm, it might be my fault if they go for a game here. Can they though? I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, they're drawing more. Okay. Ooh, I don't like that for me. I don't like that for my chances here. That they had the World Wand as well. Will you be live on release day? On Friday? Probably not. Because I'm traveling. I'll be live on Thursday hosting a Challenger Cup from the Konami studio, so I'll be in the UK. And then I'll probably be, I think I stay there on Friday and I travel home on Saturday. But we'll have enough time done in the upcoming weeks to play all the stuff from the new pack. Don't worry. So you're not playing Nutbook? No, I'm not. Yeah, so here they're gonna take the. I'm gonna take way more damage than necessary, but maybe I survive. Right? Because it's not game yet, is it? Am I missing something? Yeah, okay. So this is gonna be 5,800. I'm gonna be left with 1,400. And they have the counter trap in hand. Oh, it can't attack because I Parised it back. Never mind. I keep forgetting. Nice. More life points than I thought I would have. Okay, counter trap in hand is a problem. I'm not gonna lie. Counter trap in hand is certainly a problem. Man. Not game, unfortunately. I could have brought back Murakumo in battle phase, but it wasn't enough. Oh, that might be one of the best things they could have drawn. We can finally pre-prep. Yeah, I clicked too fast. Shouldn't have been mirror. I don't think it's gonna matter though. I think if I get through this turn, I'm fine. Yeah. Okay. Whew. So they were trying to force me to use my Murakumo negate on the SP, but I just dodged the SP with the quick play spell, so I still had the Murakumo negate for the skeleton. Oh, okay. That was a good game. I enjoyed that one. Nice. That roll almost got me. It almost got me. But just almost. Yeah. All right. And gamers, with that, with some perfect information sprinkled in, is where we're gonna end it for today. It's been fun. You know, I enjoyed the Pure Mitsurugi deck, but I'm excited to try out some other things in the upcoming days, especially after Friday when the new pack comes out. So it's looking to be a fun December. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm really looking forward to this December's stuff. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. Let me find someone to raid real quick, and then I hope to see you guys tomorrow. When we do some more of what we did today, basically. Also, we are doing remote duel with Roselle tomorrow. Some Vanquish Soul against White Forest towards the end of the stream. So should be a fun one. I'll send you guys over to Mr. MBT. Hope you have a good time over there. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for following